An arrow of power shot straight toward him, but he did not dodge. As the arrow drew near, he summoned his clone, a figure shrouded in a green aura, appearing before him. He quickly ran in another direction, leaving the clone to face the arrow. He leapt and swung his sword, slicing the arrow in two. As he landed, Zhu Feng stood still, staring at the scene before him. He was shocked, startled by that power. The kid has activated all 3 skills of the demon sword in less than half a month. The innate talent to activate this kid's skills might even surpass that of his big brother. Lin Mo observed his teacher, calculating how to seize the moment and claim the first victory. There was still time. He had to quickly eliminate the enemy's general. Suddenly, one of his eyes turned red. He shouted loudly, "Blood curse!" Lin Mo moved like the wind toward his master. Zhu Feng, however, was not standing idly by. He raised his hand to summon the Blood Knight demon. A demon, its body wrapped in a band around its chest, surrounded by dark energy, materialized. "Blood Knight demon, blink!" The demon immediately shielded him in a defensive stance. Lin Mo moved forward, slashing horizontally with his sword. But Zhu Feng had already given orders to the demon behind him. He smirked. "Watch out, leader. You've made a mistake." Lin Mo grinned, thinking to himself, indeed, the 8 demon kings are no easy opponents. But forcing Di Feng to summon another demon, that's already a bit of an achievement. Out of nowhere, a demon shield appeared, using its shield to strike at Lin Mo from a distance. "One man, one guard, Yang Pass." Lin Mo angrily and coldly shouted, "One sword, one fall's revenge, move to another position, the shield strike won't hit anyone." After a moment, he felt something unusual and hurriedly glanced around, only to see 3 arrows flying towards him. At that very moment, the demon Saw Electric had used the chainsaw to block the 3 arrows, all of which were broken. Lin Mo fell backward, shouting loudly, "Demon Saw Electric, block!" He nervously surveyed the surroundings, silently reminding himself not to let his guard down. The training wasn't over yet. He had to keep going. Blood Knight. Demon, observing the situation, spoke up. Earlier, he deliberately exposed a flaw for Demon's shield to judge it that way. By using one sword, one fall, he could easily break through the encirclement. "Chief, you've been outsmarted. Who would have thought that in just one night, he could activate 3 demon sword skills and also master the coordination between offense and defense?" After a few moves from Lin Mo, Blood Knight Demon concluded, "In terms of contract limits, he's no weaker than you. In terms of talent for activating skills, he's no worse than your great disciple. In terms of ruthlessness and evil intent, he's also not inferior to your 8th disciple." Blood Knight. Demon watched Lin Mo dodging on the field and continued, "As for the crafty moon technique, he's certainly not inferior to your 2nd disciple." Blood Knight Demon patted Zhu Feng's shoulder, complimenting him with hidden meaning. "Chief, you've got another good disciple." Zhu Feng replied, "Good disciple, less teasing each other." Then he pointed towards Lin Mo, his tone serious. "But still too inexperienced, needs more training." Hearing this, Blood Knight Demon understood the message and didn't say anything further. Blood Knight. Demon eagerly charged forward, causing Lin Mo to look over in alarm. "Then I'll join in the fun." Demon Shield and Night Demon closed in on Lin Mo, forcing him to constantly dodge their attacks. Seeing this, Night Demon furrowed his brows and issued a challenge. "Hey kid, want to turn up the intensity? I can join in too." Lin Mo, hearing this, glanced over with a grim expression. "This level is basically nothing. Come on, bring it on." No sooner had he spoken than Blood Knight Demon flew toward him to attack, sending Lin Mo flying. Night Demon shouted loudly, "Big mouth, huh?" Blood Knight Demon looked up after Lin Mo. A blood-red aura radiated from him, forming a vortex. Within the vortex were sharp blades pointed toward the sky, heading straight for Lin Mo, who was suspended in mid-air. With no support beneath him, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, enduring as the blades pierced through his flesh. He thought to himself, "This is powerful, just external injuries." It seems Defeng is still holding back. Otherwise, this attack would definitely have left me with exposed bone. As he fell through the air, Demon of Tears suddenly appeared, rushing to catch him, cradling him in her arms. Demon of Tears helped him to his feet, sighing with concern, while Lin Mo was gradually running out of energy. He reminded himself that he hadn't yet mastered control, and he needed to close the gap quickly. He shouted loudly, "Keep training until nightfall!" The moon had risen high. Lin Mo, exhausted, lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Beside him, Zuefeng sat smoking a cigarette. Zuefeng held the cigarette, calmly watching as the demon was subdued. It had been a good day. Lin Mo asked with a smile, "Master, do you think I can beat the second soldier now?" Zuefeng turned his head to look at him, smirking, and said, "You've made it, 3 years, and that second soldier or whatever, it's nothing to you." He felt embarrassed, his eyes full of concern, and reminded him, "Master, you're getting old. You should smoke less." Zuefeng, his face showing clear worry, whispered, "Ha, getting old. This is the only thought I have left." He sat beside him, beginning to ponder deeply. During these training days, Defeng had genuinely taught him, treating him like a disciple. But wasn't he the one who had led troops into the kingdom of Demon Ceiling to kill and plunder? Filled with doubt, he asked, "I heard you were one of the 8 demon kings, Duan Kan Kun. Back then, you were the commander of Tianjun." Zuefeng took a drag from his cigarette, startled, his face filled with fear, stammering, "Ah!" He fell into deep thought, lost in memories, suddenly biting his tongue in pain, letting out a cry. The cigarette dropped from his hand. He stubbed out the cigarette, then began to recount. "That battle, I was still the deputy commander. After it was over, I was promoted to commander." Lin Mo, still doubtful, pressed on. "Conflicts between nations have existed for a long time, but did you really massacre and plunder?" Zuefeng was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. "Yes, it was the commander of the Allied forces at that time, my brother, who was also your master's senior." Lin Mo, moved, suddenly jumped up. "It was him." Zuefeng calmly looked at him and said, "Don't get worked up. The two of you will meet sooner or later, but not now. You need to quickly increase your strength, or when you meet him, you will die." He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with both surprise and a hint of resentment. His brows furrowed, and through clenched teeth, he managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. "I know." Zuefeng closed his eyes, suppressing a sigh deep inside. His voice rose slowly as he explained, "Actually, after the battle, I regretted it. I wish I had never participated in this war." Old memories flooded his mind. The kingdom of Demon Ceiling advocated for peace. The province nation, in its desire to conquer and invade, created a monumental lie. The province nation claimed that the kingdom of Demon Ceiling was about to open the barrier in the southwest, allowing thousands of demons from beyond the continent to invade the countries. His voice grew heavier. When this rumor spread, many nations and people condemned it loudly. As a result, Nation H gathered its army and allied with other nations to launch an attack on the kingdom of Demon Ceiling. At that time, I also believed the rumor and joined the campaign. At this point, Zuefeng gritted his teeth once more. But after everything ended, he learned the truth. The kingdom of Demon Ceiling had not only failed to open the barrier, but had, in fact, strengthened its defenses. But who would have imagined that such a great nation would lie to the entire world? Lin Mo, upon hearing this, slowly concluded in an angry tone, "So, Province Nation took the opportunity to seize the kingdom of Demon Ceiling, slaughtering the people and destroying your home." Zuefeng clenched his fists, his eyes darkening. Province Nation deceived everyone. Not only did they massacre a large number of civilians during the war, but even after the war, Nation H did not spare the tens of thousands who were left. His voice grew even more furious. Province Nation had arranged for the remaining people of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing to be relocated to the outskirts of the cities, forcing them to live in the most degrading conditions. If a demon tide were to strike, they would be the first to be attacked and would serve as a meat shield for the people of Nation H. Lin Mo could no longer contain his anger upon hearing the principal's words. He punched the ground with all his might, causing a loud crash. A red glow flashed in his eyes, and the ground cracked beneath his fist, accompanied by his loud roar. "This is a massive blood feud that can't be resolved with anything less," he shouted. Zhu Feng took a deep breath, his demeanor remarkably calm. Slowly, he spoke to Lin Mo. "This is something you would have learned sooner or later. Since you want to know today, I will tell you." Lin Mo fixed his gaze on him, not once looking away. "You don't want to conspire with them in their evil deeds. You despise staying in the military, so you opened Bai Yang Academy. Taking me in as a disciple was also a way for you to atone for your past mistakes." Zhu Feng turned his head, somewhat avoiding the subject, or perhaps that was how it seemed. A faint expression of resignation appeared on the principal's aged face as he sighed deeply. "If you seek revenge from me, I won't blame you." Lin Mo's gaze never left the principal. He responded with a serious tone. "No, this isn't entirely your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Province Nation." He rose from the lecture platform, leaping lightly to the ground, and spoke with determination. "I want Province Nation to pay the debt of blood with blood." Lin Mo took a step forward, his hand touching his shoulder as he cracked his joints, standing tall and resolute. "Master, shall we continue training tomorrow?" In the depths of his heart, Zhu Feng slowly felt a warm sensation spreading. He was a good child. He muttered softly, "It seems the people of Demon Sealing have been saved." The next day, new tanks began to roll into the city one after another. The entire army of the Province Nation returned to defend. The troops were also stationed in various provinces, and the Jiang Province Security Bureau was fully taken over by the military. The demon taming and demon prodigy groups had to relocate because of this. The army had started to deal with the demon realms in the province and was clearing out areas where wild demons roamed. Zhu Feng slapped his hand on the blackboard, which was covered with the large words, "Demon Beast Cleanup Mission." The mission to clear the demons was assigned to various schools. Students who participated in the effort could even earn substantial rewards. However, in stark contrast to his enthusiastic tone was the silence from the students below. Some were even slouching over their desks, half asleep. Suddenly, one student raised their hand to speak. "Teacher?" Zhu Feng's eyes immediately lit up. "Student, do you want to take on the mission?" But the student showed a look of disdain and complained aloud. "I'm not hungry. If you've finished teaching, then don't waste any more time." Yet Zhu Feng continued to encourage the students in the class. "If you kill demons, you'll get media praise. You'll be on TV, on the radio. Come on everyone, sign up." Lin Mo glanced at Ashu, his eyes almost forming an entire question. "Do it?" Ashu, truly deserving of being his teammate, understood perfectly with just a glance. "Of course, why not? With a demon pearl, who wouldn't want to earn it?" Lin Mo raised his hand high from the back of the class. "Teacher, we want to take on a mission." Zhu Feng, as if seeing a savior, quickly called out, "All right, after a fierce competition, Lin Mo and A Shu have been assigned the mission this time." The bell signaling the end of class slowly rang across the vast school, indicating that it was time to leave, marking the end of a long school day. Lin Mo took a piece of paper detailing the mission. Weeping Demon Haunted House, 2 medium-level spirits managed by Bai Yang Academy. Evil Spirit Swimming Pool, 3 medium-level spirits managed by Lin Feng Academy. Basement of Evil Spirits, 6 low-level spirits, 4 high-level spirits, managed by Shui Feng Academy. He voiced his confusion. "Principal, why is the mission we're in charge of so weak? Why do other schools get assigned more spirits than us?" Zhu Feng merely smiled and replied, "We're a vocational college. How can we compare with their prestigious schools? This mission was something I had to fight for." He turned and walked toward the door, his demeanor exceedingly relaxed, with a hint of joy in his tone. It seemed like something was better than nothing. Suddenly, Zue Feng stopped, turned his head to look at Lin Mo and Ashu, and chuckled softly. There was a glint of cunning in his eyes, as if saying that rules were made to be broken. Lin Mo quickly understood the hidden meaning in Zue Feng's words. "Master, are you saying that we should steal their missions, but you're pretending not to understand?" "I didn't say that." Lin Mo glanced at Ashu, standing beside him, and raised his hand for a high five. "Regardless of whether it's part of the mission or not, let's go ahead and rob them," he said. Ashu nodded in agreement. "Right, worst case, we don't get paid. But at least we kill the demon and get the demon pearl. Who cares about the payment?" In the grand library filled with shelves of books, Lin Mo leisurely walked down the main corridor, his demeanor calm, as if there was nothing to worry about at the moment. Suddenly, Lin Mo stopped in front of a towering bookshelf. He glanced through the gaps between the shelves and seemed to have found what he was looking for. Slowly, he spoke upon seeing Anran sitting on the floor, reading to a small child, her back leaning against the bookshelf. Indeed, she was here. Anran replied in a calm voice, "Reading here is free, but once it's time to leave, I won't be able to read any more." He raised an eyebrow slightly. "Leave? But the bounty on you from the Safety Bureau hasn't been lifted yet. It's still dangerous to go outside." Anran rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with bright eyes. "But I'm not a student of Bai Yang. How could I hide here forever?" She stretched lazily, then shot him a glance before speaking softly. "Don't worry. I've been running from the Safety Bureau for years. I know exactly how they operate." She paused for a moment, slowly inching closer to Lin Mo, and then continued in a tone as if sharing a secret with him. "Right now I have a big lead." Anran leaned close to his ear, exhaling a wave of hot breath. Wu Kun said, "In the next few days, the Safety Bureau will escort a batch of supplies to Xinhai City. I'm planning to steal it." Lin Mo was stunned for a while after hearing this, his tail rising in surprise at her announcement. He remained silent and didn't respond. Anran's attitude was extremely resolute, saying that the Safety Bureau owed her all of this. Lin Mo looked at her, silently thinking to himself, stealing from the Safety Bureau directly. Does the law even still exist in that case? Anran really was something else. She turned her head toward Lin Mo, stuck out her tongue and said, "Once I'm rich, I'll share some with you." Lin Mo sighed softly, was about to suggest they go steal a ghost hunting mission from another school, but it seemed like that wasn't going to happen. He glanced at Anran and asked, "Are only the three of you going?" She shook her head, looking as if there was no way to fix the situation. Wu Kun is useless, and the ghost that the driver ran into doesn't pose any threat. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately suggested, "Just you, or should I come along too?" But before he could finish, Anran placed her finger against his lips to stop him. She turned her head, hiding the hint of sadness. "What if, while we're stealing, you get caught and the Safety Bureau uses that as an excuse to take you away? I can't drag you into this." Anran picked up the book in her hand, revealing the title in front of Lin Mo's eyes. "Besides, I don't have... If you think otherwise, you should take a look at this." He was left completely stunned. Formation. A formation was something created by the Demon Master through the manipulation of their own spiritual aura. Different formations varied in size and function. The advanced formation can seal the demon realm, creating a barrier that prevents countless demons from passing through, but it is very difficult for ordinary people to learn. At best, they can only suppress demons, which is why very few people study it. Lin Mo looked at her with a surprised expression, his voice unintentionally rising higher than usual. "Something so obscure and difficult to understand, and you managed to learn it in such a short time?" Anran's face showed a proud expression, her cheeks slightly flushed. She glanced at him briefly and smiled. "Others may not understand it, but I'm not so sure about that." But as she turned her head, a pang of pain filled her heart as she thought about her poor circumstances. "It's just a book worth several thousand and I can't afford it. Just as Anran placed the book on the shelf, Lin Mo reached out and took it down. "You haven't finished reading it, right? Let me borrow it for you." Her attitude immediately brightened. "Really? Thank you." Lin Mo shrugged. "It's nothing. I'm still waiting for you to go rob that safety block and share some good stuff with me." Anran nodded firmly. "For sure, definitely." Lin Mo and Ace Shu stood still in the wide open space, large raindrops pouring down relentlessly. Lin Mo looked at Ashu and spoke quietly. "The rain's really heavy now. Looks like we won't make it to the mission spot tonight." He sighed inwardly. "It would be great if Hai Xiaopan were here. We could just hide in the demon trash can and nothing would happen." At that time, Xiaoban had firmly opposed. "No, I'm not going. I haven't forgotten how you tricked me. I won't fall for it again this time." Ashu raised his hand to shield his head and asked Lin Mo, "Didn't you invite Chimu Yuanqing too? Where is she?" He forced a smile. "The principal assigned her a small task, and she said she'll join us later." Suddenly, a large towering building appeared before them in the midst of the pouring rain. Lin Mo pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Looks like there's a house up ahead." Ashu silently assessed it for a moment. "It looks like the gathering hall I came across when I was still wandering the martial world, shaving my head with my father." Lin Mo asked curiously, "What's the gathering hall for?" Ashu lowered his voice in the heavy rain, his tone carrying a hint of menace. "It's a cemetery, a place for the dead." However, Lin Mo seemed unconcerned by this. It didn't matter to her. As long as the rain stopped, everything would be fine. If any monsters or spirits showed up, she'd just pretend they were here to deliver the demon pearl to them. The two of them, Lin Mo and Ashu, walked side by side and entered through the large gate of the gathering hall. The rain continued to pour heavily, showing no sign of stopping, and even seemed to be intensifying. The heavy raindrops hit the roof tiles of the gathering hall with a rhythmic thud, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the quiet night. Ashu glanced at the large door of the gathering hall, pondered for a moment, then spoke decisively, a decision Lin Mo quickly agreed with. "The rain is too heavy. Maybe we should go inside to take shelter." They both reached out simultaneously to push open the heavy wooden door. In the silent, empty space, the door creaked open with a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. What they stepped into was a large morgue, with lifeless bodies lining both sides. On the opposite side, there was a small altar with flickering red candles casting an eerie glow, illuminating the ghostly atmosphere of the room. Suddenly, an old woman with a wrinkled face appeared unexpectedly behind Lin Mo and his companion. As soon as she spoke, both of them were startled. "You're disturbing my guests," she said. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly, glanced at her, and softly asked, "Which guests?" "Grandmother, we're only staying for one night. We'll leave as soon as the sun rises," they replied. But the old woman responded, "The ones lying inside are my guests." The old lady waved the cane in her hand, frowning as she looked at Lin Mo. "The gathering hall is a place for the dead, not for the living. Leave now." Lin Mo nodded, hurriedly grabbed Ashu's hand with one hand, and turned to leave toward the door. He didn't forget to turn his head to say to the old woman, "Yes, yes, we're leaving right now." Suddenly, the old woman noticed the weapon on Ashu's back and quickly called him back. "Wait a moment. You are the successor of the head shaver, aren't you?" Ashu turned to look at her, nodded slightly, and politely responded, a trace of curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Yes, why?" The old woman, her face aged beyond half a lifetime, showed a pleased smile and immediately made an offer. "As long as you agree to shave the head of my guest, I'll allow you to stay for the night." As soon as Ishu heard this, his face turned pale, and sweat began to drip down his face. "You want me to shave the head of the dead?" Lin Mo chuckled lightly. "Well, it's better than staying out in the rain and wind." After a long pause, with much hesitation, Ashu reluctantly nodded toward the old woman. "All right then." Holding his sword, he then asked the old lady, "These people are all dead, so why do they still need their heads shaved?" She didn't explain, simply urged, "Stop talking, shave it off quickly." Ashu scowled, grabbed the lock of hair from ZT and brought the sword of the Pure Alliance close to her scalp, shaving the hair bit by bit. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain, who would be doing this kind of thing? The sword's edge dug into ZT's scalp, accidentally shaving off a large patch, making Ashu's heart race. Sweat began to bead more heavily on his forehead as the hair fell away with the oil. With no other choice, he turned to look at his teammate sitting behind him and called out softly for help. "Hey, Linmo, help!" Seeing Linmo happily engrossed in something on his phone, Ashu couldn't bring himself to call out again and silently turned back. Not remembering what to do, he decided to just handle it himself. It seemed Linmo had just sent a picture of the two of them at the inn to someone. "Senior, this is our first time staying at this inn." The person quickly replied, "These guys, I'm having a late-night meal." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, the host has earned 100 Mercer points for breaking the room." Linmo's eyes lit up, murmuring, "Didn't expect a surprise harvest." Meanwhile, Ashu on the other side was pointing to another body, turning to ask Old Lady, "You're shaving this one's head too, right? You won't need me to shave it, will you?" The old woman raised her hand to block Ashu's path and snapped, "Yes, shave it. When I said shave their heads, I meant you need to shave off all the hair from the tops of their heads. You must shave every last hair off each body." Ashu sighed, replying, "All right, fine." The old woman cruelly reminded him, "Be careful, don't leave a single one behind." The old woman's back hunched as she slowly disappeared toward the door. Linmo advised, "She's gone now, Ashu, don't be too honest. Just scrape a few for her and that's enough." Ashu thought for a moment. "Let's scrape a couple of more. Consider it as the rent fee." At that moment, the 3 coffins in front of them shook, making a loud noise that startled Linmo. "What's going on?" Linmo asked. Ashu, guessing, replied, "I don't know, but it seems like the corpses I just shaved are moving." Without warning, the lids of the coffins flew open, and 3 skeletons stood up, producing a distinct ching luo sound of bones clashing with the coffins. Both young men were terrified as the corpses they had shaved heads for suddenly got up. Ashu was further startled as 2 more of them revived, making him cry out. Linmo looked over, and suddenly Blood-Eye jumped onto his shoulder, saying, "They seem to be the zombies of demon corpse raising." Linmo, confused, asked, "What's the purpose of demon corpse raising?" Blood-Eye began explaining, "Demon corpse raising stores and nurtures a demon aura within the body. On the heads of these corpses, 49 strands of corpse hair will grow. In addition, when these strands of corpse hair naturally run out or are shaved off by someone with young energy, the corpse will be controlled by a demon." Linmo, intrigued, thought to himself, "If I could form a pact with demon corpse raising, wouldn't that mean I'd have an army of zombies at my disposal? It'd be perfect for damage resistance." Having made his decision, he spoke firmly, "All right then, let's form a pact with another one." Curious, he turned to Blood-Eye. "Blood-Eye, what do you think? Do you think that old woman was demon corpse raising?" Blood-Eye shook its head. The old woman wasn't a person. Perhaps she was forced into action by the demon corpse raising. It seemed this demon was very cautious. Linmo commanded with the power of his eyes, "Dad, use the Blood-Eye to investigate. Don't leave any corner unchecked." He glanced around, but nothing seemed unusual except for the dense demon aura filling the place. Linmo looked towards the backyard and spotted the old woman and a demon flying together. He shouted, "In the backyard, tell Ashu to rush to the demon's position." Linmo coldly kicked open the gate and rushed outside. The old woman angrily shouted, "Who told you to go to the backyard? Do you still want to stay here or not?" Linmo ignored her. "Demon behind, come out here." With a stern expression, he released his power, and a spiritual aura roared, "Not showing yourself, huh? Summon!" The Devil's Extreme and Demon Martial Disciple were immediately summoned, taking turns to destroy the nearby skeletons of Linmo, threatening, "Then I'll smash all your corpses." The old woman was worried. "If you destroy its corpses, it will definitely cause trouble for you." At that moment, the system notified, Congratulations, host. You have received 100 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo snorted. I want it to show itself. Countless seals and a large surge of blood chi began to appear, spreading throughout the yard. Beneath the ground, a pair of pale, lifeless hands emerged. Soon after, a series of corpses began to rise from the ground, letting out strange, shrill screams. The old woman exclaimed in panic, "We're doomed! We're doomed! Demon corpse raising is angry!" At that moment, Blood Eye on her shoulder reminded her, Demon corpse raising is summoning zombies. Every time a corpse is successfully raised, it's stored in a coffin and can be summoned again when needed. In front of them was the scene of the aggressive zombies roaring and charging toward Lin Mo. He calmly assessed, the combat strength of these zombies is about the level of a primary weeping demon. Even with their numbers, they shouldn't pose a real threat to us. Blood Eye urgently reminded him, be careful, the blood infection contains corpse poison. Lin Mo was startled. Corpse poison? Seeing the corpse poison oozing from the ground, Blood Eye confirmed, the zombies may have low combat ability, but their nails, teeth, and blood all contain corpse poison. You mustn't touch them. Around the two young men, the growls of the undead filled the air. Lin Mo, worried, said, with so many Tang's corpses, it's impossible to avoid touching them. If we keep this up, we'll all be dead soon. He kicked away a zombie that suddenly attacked him and shouted, is it possible to find the real body of demon corpse raising and eliminate it right now? Upon hearing this, a Shu quickly jumped up to the roof in haste. Let me climb up the wall and take a look. That demon is very cunning. It might be hiding far away. Looking out toward the gate, only the screeching sound of zombies mixed with Lin Mo's shouts could be heard. A Shu furrowed his brow in fear. On the outside, Lin Mo was surrounded by zombies with no way out. On the other side, Lin Mo gritted his teeth. If we can't find its location, we'll have to force it to reveal itself. He then turned to threaten the old woman. Where is demon corpse raising hiding? The old woman sweated with fear. I don't know, I really don't know. He kidnapped my grandson and threatened me, forcing me to keep the corpses at the entire sect. Meanwhile, Lin Mo focused on listening to her explanation. She continued. Every time the corpse is reanimated, he leaves right after. I don't know where he goes. He angrily threw her to the ground and cursed, Damn it! The zombies all rushed toward him in unison. He instinctively muttered, But now that I think about it, there's something odd about this. Protected by the demon martial disciple, Lin Mo pondered deeply. Destroying corpses that had already been successfully reanimated wouldn't affect the demon corpse raising, but wiping out those close to completion would have the opposite effect, breaking its defense. Immediately, he turned around, glaring at the old woman, trying to guess. Could this be the key to dealing with demon corpse raising? He growled in a threatening tone. Where else has he left these corpses that aren't yet turned into zombies? She looked troubled, pleading, My grandson is still in his hands. If I tell you he'll die, please have mercy and spare me. Lin Mo remained resolute, replying, Hurry up! Maybe we can still help you save your grandson. The blade of the sword near her neck made her tear up, trembling. I'll tell you. She shuffled backward, muttering her explanation. There are still a few hundred corpses down in that cellar. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo flew past the zombies in an instant, thinking, There are way too many zombies blocking the way behind me. A Shu called out from a distance, Lin Mo, let me clear the way for you. With that, he summoned his power. Summoning the shadow demon, a dark shadow immediately appeared, clearing the path ahead. On this side, Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. Thanks a lot, my brother. I'll try to end this quickly. A Shu quickly reminded, Yeah, be careful. Lin Mo slowly entered the room filled with corpses, the air thick with the unpleasant smell of decay. He grimaced. Blood-Eye Ka, this unfinished corpse. It shouldn't be poisonous, right? Blood-Eye confirmed, No, it's fine. You can chop away. Without hesitation, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, ready for battle. Good. Let's see if you show up this time. Lin Mo relentlessly chopped through each corpse in front of him, the system notifications ringing out. He beamed with satisfaction. Finally, you're breaking the room now. This bastard's stubborn, refusing to show up. After slashing, fighting, and killing on the floor, with bodies scattered everywhere, Lin Mo stood holding his sword, hand on his forehead, one knee bent, and said, "2 more floors to go." On the second underground floor, Lin Mo charged forward, slicing through a few zombies and sending them flying. The system's display flashed, "Congratulations, the host has earned 400 break the room points." It was measured that the break the room level of demon corpse raising had reached 69%, still 30% away from a direct contract. On the third underground floor, seeing the system display, he was still unsatisfied. "Not enough. Push harder." "Congratulations, the host has earned 200 break the room points." Lin Mo laughed wildly as he continued to slash. The system measured that the break the room level of demon corpse raising had reached 80%, now just 19% away from a direct contract. Elsewhere, the sorcerer sat in a cave, looking frustrated. Why has the demon aura from the corpses disappeared completely? He clenched his hand, curling his fingers, his face contorting in a grimace as he shouted, "Who the hell did this? Who messed up my corpse cultivation?" Her grandson, the innkeeper's nephew, stood behind the sorcerer, his face pale with fear, both hands clenched into fists in front of his chest. He turned around, using one hand to choke the boy. "That old woman, damn it! So this is how you betray me!" The boy gasped for breath, his voice weak. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The sorcerer smiled wickedly. "If you're going to blame anyone, blame your grandmother for not being able to keep a secret." He was squeezing the boy's neck with both hands when suddenly the system appeared. "Ding! The Demon Corpse Keeper. Congratulations! You've received the Lucky Question and Answer event. If you answer correctly, you will have the chance to become Lin Mo's demon contract. Please listen to the question." Furious, he turned and shouted, "Go to hell!" "Congratulations! You've answered the question correctly. The question is, Dad is not home, so what's for dinner tonight?" The answer is, follow your mother's advice and sign a 10% to 20% demon contract. And with that, he exploded into a cloud of smoke. The boy was released and collapsed to the ground. "What the hell is this?" The sorcerer's figure gradually faded, his face showing clear surprise, and one could even see through him to the rocks behind. His body was being forced to fly towards the entire sect, turning into a distorted form. The sorcerer was sucked into the raised arm of Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the mark on his arm and smiled in satisfaction. Contract signed successfully. A dark, demon-like eye, glowing with blue light, shot towards Ah Shu. Suddenly, it stopped. At this moment, Ah Shu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, letting out a relieved sigh. It seemed that Lin Mo had succeeded. Over here, Lin Mo looked at his arm covered in marks and smiled, saying, "Another one added, huh? Next time, make it more even on the arm." Then he extended his arm forward, trying to summon the wizard. The wizard flew out from his arm, summoning demon corpse raising. As soon as he appeared, he swung his hand and cursed, "You damn dog! What gives you the right to destroy so many of my corpses like that? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into collecting them? What's all this fuss about?" Lin Mo opened the system panel and clicked on the corpse storage section. Information about the demon necromancer appeared. Primary level malevolent spirit. Demon aura value 570, needing 430 more for the next upgrade. Loyalty 1%, skills not yet activated. Corpse storage for zombies. 1112. Note: the Western Corpse Raiser has thousands of zombies, always at the top. The wizard tightly gripped the supersized bag, his eyes bloodshot, his voice harsh. Lin Mo could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. "If you hadn't destroyed mine, I'd have had even more." In the room where they stood, the vicious zombies were arranged in 2 neat rows, lying still. Lin Mo raised his hand and motioned for the wizard to look. "Don't be angry. I only destroyed 2 of your layers. Didn't I leave one for you?" What good does that do? A single zombie hair takes at least half a year to fall off. I'll still have to wait another 20 years. Lin Mo turned around and smiled at the sorcerer, saying, I have a solution for this. My razor can shave off the demon hair quickly, saving you a lot of time. Hearing this, the sorcerer happily asked, Really? Lin Mo raised his hand to his mouth and called up, A shoe! Lend me the razor for a bit. Okay. A shoe, dressed in yellow, ran down the stairs. He raised both hands holding a sword and handed it to Lin Mo. Is this the razor? Lin Mo didn't take it, instead saying, You use the good razor. Help me shave off the demon hair on the corpses' heads. I don't know how to shave heads. Lin Mo smiled and added, It doesn't need to be perfect. You can just shave off the scalp as well. That will make it easier. A shoe quickly walked over to the corpses, slashing a few times, and shaved their heads. Seeing the system message pop up with information, the sorcerer twitched his mouth. Well, it's not bad. The loyalty of the demon corpse raising increased by 9%, a total of 10%. But the sorcerer was still upset. Turning around with a pout, he said, But the source of corpses is extremely scarce. You've destroyed so many of mine, this can't be forgiven. Getting the source of corpses is not a problem. There are over 10,000 abandoned tombs around Baiyang Academy, and the corpses here are so numerous that they can't even be counted. Upon hearing this, the sorcerer recalled the time when they were hunting demons, and a group chased him so fiercely that he fled in panic. He shuddered in fear and said, The corpses in those desolate graves can't be casually stolen. The spirits there are terrifying. Last time I stole just one corpse and was chased for half a mile. Lin Mo patted the major's shoulder with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other, winking, Don't worry, the wild season has been unified by the red-clad female ghosts now. She's on very good terms with me, so giving you a few corpses won't be a problem. Hearing this, the mage happily asked, Really? That's great then. The loyalty of demon corpse raising increases by 5%, totaling 15%. At this moment, Ashu turned to report, Everything's done. You can collect them now. Okay. The mage pulled out the giant bag he always carried with him and sucked all the corpses into it. The bag grew even bigger as he did so, and he placed it heavily on the ground. With the task completed, a notification board popped up with the relevant information. Lin Mo pressed on the skill upgrade section and successfully upgraded the first skill of demon corpse raising. The new skill obtained was Control Corpse, Level 1. Demon corpse raising could now summon a number of corpses at will and control them within a maximum range of 500 meters, consuming one spiritual aura per corpse. The cooldown was instantaneous. The system screen switched to another piece of information, showing the successful upgrade of the second skill of demon corpse raising. The new skill obtained was Corpse Self-Destruction. Corpse Self-Destruction. Level 1 could force any corpse to self-destruct. The explosion would cause an area of effect damage, and enemies struck would take magic damage while being infected with a corpse toxin, losing health continuously. Spiritual aura consumption was required, and the cooldown was also instantaneous. Lin Mo stared at the system board for a while, then rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he thought, Controlling a corpse only costs one spiritual aura. With the current limit of his spiritual aura at the second level of Demon Master, Lin Mo could just about control 1,000 zombies at the same time. After finishing his work, Lin Mo and Ashu stepped outside when a figure ran toward them. It was the innkeeper, her voice trembling as she asked, My lord, is my grandson all right? Lin Mo pointed inside and smiled, saying, Your grandson is on the peak of the mountain across from here, still alive and well. The old woman was so overjoyed that tears welled up in her eyes. Is that true? Thank you, young hero. Thank you so much. Under the dark night sky with just a sliver of moonlight, the air was calm and still, and only the sound of voices could be heard. Everything had come to an end, and at last, Lin Mo could finally get a good night's sleep. Go rest now. We still have to go to the pool tomorrow to complete the mission for the Safety Bureau. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the Safety Bureau's mission site to eliminate the evil spirits at the pool. He and Ashu leaned against the railing by the pool, enjoying the breeze when they suddenly overheard a conversation from behind. "Did you hear? Someone died again at Shuifeng Pool. This is the 12th person this month." Hearing this, Lin Mo thought to himself, "Isn't Shuifeng Pool the place where we're supposed to carry out our mission?" A middle-aged woman replied, "Of course I know. I heard a few people died terribly, their faces all black, as if they'd been poisoned. I heard that even the police and Safety Bureau agents who came to investigate died, some of them, at least. This must definitely be the work of a demon. A demon." Suddenly, Lin Mo appeared from nowhere, patted one of the men on the shoulder, and laughed. "Is it really as terrifying as you say? I was actually planning to go there to swim." The man turned around, his face pale and looking quite terrified, and said, "Don't go, please, don't go. Even if you have to swim in the river, don't go to that place. My aunt, I'm a lifeguard there, and she saw with her own eyes 3 men who drowned under the water." Lin Mo thought for a moment, then asked, "Drowned? Could it be that they drowned because of a ghost?" The man immediately became horrified, clasped his hands around his neck, trembled all over, and imagined the image of a woman with red eyes and long hair wrapping around him. He thought, could it be that they were strangled by a woman's hair? Lin Mo, hearing this, then mused, strangled by hair? Could it be a hair ghost? The man shook his head and sneered, clearly thinking that Lin Mo hadn't studied much. "There's no such thing as a hair ghost. I'm a second-tier demon master, and I know a lot about ghosts." He raised 2 fingers to his chin, his eyes gleaming with self-pride. "From what I see, this is a type of female ghost with a deep grudge." Lin Mo immediately countered, causing the man to feel as though a stone had been smashed against his head. "What kind of research is that? Just because someone was strangled by long hair, you think it's a female ghost? Men in ancient times also wore long braids. It could have been a male ghost from ancient times doing it." The person immediately pulled a book out of his jacket pocket. "Don't you dare not believe me! I've already read the news about the 12 deaths at the swimming pool." He opened the book and held it up in front of Lin Mo. After comparing the names, he discovered that all the victims were men. Even the police officers who had come to investigate, only the male officers had died. "Have you ever encountered a kind of ghost that only kills men? It must be a female ghost with a strong grudge." Lin Mo rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm, making the other person gasp in surprise. "Only kills men? That's really strange. So isn't this situation very dangerous?" The person stammered. 7 contracted demons? You're really something, aren't you?" Lin Mo glanced at his arm and calmly said, slightly displeased, "This is nothing. It's just a single-digit number." "Congratulations, host. You have received 50 points for breaking the room." Demon Master, second tier, looked at him with admiration, his cheeks slightly flushed. Since the arrival of the Demon Master, there had only been a handful of Demon Masters with a 2-digit number of contracted demons. This was definitely an expert, no doubt about it. He grinned widely and raised his hand to greet him. "I'm La Cheng from Jiaxing Academy. You're my one and only boss." Lin Mo raised his hand and shook his. "Lin Mo, Baiyang Academy." Upon hearing the name, La Cheng suddenly jumped up in surprise. "You're the one who broke the record for the demon trial." Lin Mo crossed his arms, closed his eyes proudly, humble, humble. After a while, the boat had arrived at the shore. "We're here. Let's go." Lin Mo and Ashu stepped off the boat, turned around, and waved goodbye to La Cheng. "I have some things to do. We'll talk more another time. Your task is at the crematorium. If the boss doesn't need anything, just swing by there for a bit. It'll be convenient for you to teach us a few things." Ashu turned back to ask Lin Mo, "The crematorium seems to be an evil spirit of a high level. Should we take this mission?" "Of course, but let's deal with the stuff by the pool first," Lin Mo said dismissively, his tone sounding very displeased. "La Cheng just mentioned that the ghost by the pool only targets men. This might be a bit tricky," he said with a serious expression. "After all, We were lucky to have beaten a smoke ghost last time. As for an evil spirit-level ghost with no information, we can't be sure we'll win. We need to come up with something. Less than a minute later, Lin Mo clenched his fist, smiling. I've got it! The sky was clear, and the trees near the corridor almost completely blocked it. At the pool, a few girls were whispering to each other. Is this really going to work? Just trust me, it'll definitely work. The owner of the Shuifeng pool came closer, and the two girls shouted angrily, What are you two doing here? This place is temporarily closed for business. Leave immediately. One girl tossed her messy blonde hair. The two girls were actually A Shu and Lin Mo, disguised in dresses. We're from the Lin Feng Academy, here to handle the ghost at the pool. Hearing that, the boss softened, smiling in a more conciliatory manner, clasping his hands and saying, Finally, you two are here. I am the owner of this pool. Because of the repeated murders, I didn't pay much attention, but please take care of this ghost for me. I will be very grateful to you. Lin Mo placed her hands on her hips, rubbed a lock of her hair, and pouted. Being grateful doesn't help much, does it? How about something more practical? The boss grinned widely, raising both hands in a 10 gesture. This is easy. As long as you can deal with the ghost, I'll give each of you 100,000. Lin Mo winked at Ashu. Okay, let's get to work. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Mo grabbed the boss's hand, intending to pull him along. All right, we're starting now. By the way, boss, lead the way. He became anxious, firmly refusing. No, no, no! There's a ghost in there that specializes in killing men. I'm too scared, I can't go in. You two go ahead, I'll go get the money for you. Lin Mo stared at him intently, sensing something wasn't right about the boss. He was probably just terrified. So, the two of them walked side by side toward the pool, unable to wait any longer. If they waited any longer, people from the Lin Feng Academy would arrive. Better to go in now. Inside the pool area was pitch dark. A girl in a swimsuit was holding a phone in front of her. Hey guys, I've arrived at the Blue Star pool. Not only did she show no fear, but she also smiled and winked at the camera. Drop a heart in the live stream so I can take you all to the crime scene. There were many comments below. The live host is really bold. Isn't this place the site of more than 12 murders already? Truly the #1 shark in the outer world. What a dangerous thrill. There's still blood on the ground. I'm starting to feel scared. Maybe we should go, live host Dian Shin. Please don't do anything reckless. Let me go steal a battery. Lin Mo stepped in, the tip of his shoe glowing. Lin Mo and Ashu walked in, looking bewildered and asking, Huh? There's someone inside? The female streamer turned around, quickly catching the two in the frame. Someone's here. How come these two girls have even bigger hips than me? These two must be men pretending to be women. Otherwise, I wouldn't be live streaming this. I get it now. I've heard that ghosts only kill men, so these two are probably dressing as women to trick it. These two guys are really bold. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, lifting Lin Mo's skirt and revealing the Mr. Mo shorts underneath. Lin Mo blushed, hastily covering his skirt with his hand. Below, the live stream comments started rolling in. I just saw that. I need to go wash my eyes. A guy lifting his skirt, my eyes are about to explode. Oh my god, it's so disgusting. At the same time, Lin Mo's system notification popped up. Surprised, he muttered, Strange, where did the break the room points come from? Ignoring the system, he turned to the girl and asked, Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? The girl enthusiastically introduced herself. Hello, I'm Dian Shin, live streaming a horror show. Hearing that, both Lin Mo and Ashu blushed like tomatoes on a live stream. Doesn't this mean that our cross-dressing is being seen by thousands of netizens? Oh no, this is so embarrassing, damn it. Elsewhere, a scream echoed out loudly. Weren't Lin Mo and Ashu supposed to be hunting demons? Why are they live streaming in cross-dress like this? He Xiaopan raised his phone, laughing loudly. Principal, you need to see this. Principal Zhu Feng glanced at the phone screen, his face darkening. He slammed the table in anger and shouted, There's just one demon in the north, and now they have to cross-dress and ruin the reputation of my demon king. He grimaced, gritted his teeth, and ordered Mu Yuanqing, "Xiaoqing, no need to deal with paperwork anymore. Go help those two embarrassing idiots." "Yes, master." She kept a soft smile on her lips as she jumped out of the window, then turned back to Hai Xiaopan and said, "By the way, Xiaoban, remember to send me the livestream link, okay?" He cheerfully gave her a thumbs up in agreement. "Yes, senior." Yuanqing sat atop a golden-haired vampire and flew off. Meanwhile, in the swimming pool, red mist started to emanate. Lin Mo and Shu were startled and immediately became alert. "It's here?" Lin Mo widened his eyes, carefully scanning the surroundings. It seemed that cross-dressing couldn't fool this demon. "Be careful. Its demon aura is very strong. It's just a low-level evil spirit." He glanced over to the side, eyes widening as if he had seen something horrifying. Suddenly, several long-haired, red-eyed demons charged toward them. Lin Mo shouted, "Watch out!" The demon opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to swallow the two people. 3 long-haired demons crawled into the frame of Dian Xin's phone. She cheerfully held up her phone, recording and taking photos. "It's 3 demons. Looks like they're not really attacking me." Dian Xin turned the phone towards Lin Mo and Shu. "Do you think these 2 bros dressed as girls can win? Let's start voting." She hid behind the door, filming the 2 people standing facing the long-haired demons. Below, the comments were buzzing. "Uh-oh. Those 2 guys are probably only Demon Master level 2 at most. They'll definitely get wiped out." "I agree with the person above. This place can only be accessed at noon. You have to leave by morning and night." "Who knows? I think these 2 might be okay. At least they can run." The voting ended. After the voting ended, the results appeared on the screen. "Can the cross-dressing guys win?" "Impossible. 98%, maybe 2%. Dian Xin's sweet voice echoed as the 3 demons charged toward Lin Mo and Shu. "Let's wait and see the power of cross-dressing guys. Here they come." One of the demons lunged forward, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth and fiery red eyes. Red energy surged straight towards Lin Mo. Shu raised his sword, and a green aura surrounded him. He slashed through the energy waves, causing an explosion. Both Lin Mo and Shu were thrown back. One of Lin Mo's eyes glowed red, and he anxiously asked, "Why do I feel like they're much stronger than I expected?" Miss Shui Tonggui emerged to answer him. "These are grudging demons, a type of demon formed from lingering resentment and hatred. In areas where there's resentment, when they face someone or something tied to their grudges, their strength increases dramatically." Lin Mo, upon hearing this, rested his chin on his hand in thought. It seemed that the swimming pool was the area of their obsession. Men were something tied to their obsession, but what exactly caused them to become obsessed? Shu, holding a sword, stood in front of him, facing the gusts of air, and shouted, "Don't focus on that for now. Let's deal with them first." Lin Mo summoned all the monsters he had collected, letting them attack the 3 obsession demons. They still screamed loudly, their mouths wide open. "Men! Damn men!" Lin Mo and Shu formed a protective barrier, preventing the gusts of air from affecting them. They could no longer bear the chilling wind, so it was time for a quick victory. Blood curse. Nothing happened. Lin Mo stood frozen, dazed. The 3 demons twisted their bodies for a while, but showed no change. They stopped for a moment, then stared at the 2 of them with red, bloodshot eyes and grotesque grins. Even Miss Shui Tonggui was surprised, frowning as she said, "Blood curse seems to have no effect on them. They have the ability to reduce massive amounts of damage from both humans and demons related to obsession." Lin Mo covered his mouth in shock. "What the hell is this? Their power has increased drastically, and they also reduce damage. What are we supposed to fight with now? Should have just waited for Mu Yuanqing to show up." Suddenly, Lin Mo's gaze wavered. He looked at the demons. Now only 2 remained. One had already lost its head. Suddenly, drops of blood began to drip down from above Lin Mo. One of the obsession demons was standing on his head, one hand clutching his hair. Its red tentacles coiled around Lin Mo's body. "Damn it! I can't move." The tentacles of the other two also wrapped around the demons of him and Ashu, rendering them immobile. This was the binding technique born from a demon's obsession, controlling all men and male demons. Lin Mo turned his head to ask Miss Shui Tongui, "Do you have any way to break it?" "I need to use my reverse bite the moment I am controlled. It's too late now." Suddenly, he remembered. Male demons were out of the question, but didn't he still have 2 female demons? Lin Mo shouted for the 2 demons, "Big-breasted demon, demon diva, handle this hair situation for me." The demon holding his hair, upon hearing this, became furious. "Shout, women helping men, not allowed." From her long locks, the demon leapt up, stretching out a few strands of her hair to strike Lin Mo, attempting to kill the scoundrel. The strands of hair shot towards Lin Mo, but he remained still, not moving. He turned his head, his eyes gleaming with a red thread of light, and from the depths of his gaze, he unleashed the Blood Realm technique, Phantom World. The demon immediately fell into an illusion and froze. Taking this opportunity, Lin Mo quickly ordered the 2 female demons, "Cut off this hair for me, quickly!" The 2 female demons were slow, cutting the hair 1 strand at a time. "This won't do, too slow." Lin Mo anxiously watched the 2 demons struggle and said, "The illusion is about to end. We can't waste time on this hair anymore. If we act quickly, we might still find a way to survive." He then shouted, his eyes still glancing at the demon crawling towards him, "Ignore me. Deal with the essence of those 3 demons first." Hearing that, the 2 female demons obeyed the command and began their assault. The demon diva started to chant, while the busty demon took out her instrument and strummed it once. Brahmic chant of death, lingering sound disturbs the chill. The stubborn demon was also affected, twisting its body. Dian Xin remained calm, live streaming and chatting cheerfully. "Wow, we've underestimated that older brother. He just summoned 5 complete demons at once, and these demons are quite rare. His talent is truly exceptional." Through the camera, Lin Mo's 2 female demons were fighting with the 3 stubborn demons. Below, the comments section erupted with cabbage emojis. It was a pity that if they were fighting ordinary evil spirits, it would have been a decent match, but they were up against the obsession demons who specialize in killing men. Quite unlucky. The demon's eyes slowly opened, and it looked around in confusion. Upon waking, the demon smiled slyly. Seeing this, Lin Mo was startled and said, "The spell has ended. The obsession demon is starting to retaliate." She quickly jumped up and raised her hand, commanding her hair to attack. The strands of hair lashed out at the 2 female demons, knocking them away with painful cries. Then it turned to attack Lin Mo. "All men are dying." He didn't turn around, but merely glanced, his face darkening as he thought, just how much hatred does it take? Now there was only one option left. The enormous bag the sorcerer always carried with him slowly opened, and a technique was about to be unleashed. All the corpses from the bag crawled out, and they all simultaneously charged towards the 3 vengeful spirits. Seeing them, the vengeful spirit swung its thigh, striking one of them, and then used its foot to kick its face after it fell. "Die!" the vengeful spirit screamed in rage, kicking dozens of corpses away. "Die, all of you!" Suddenly, from behind, a corpse leapt up and grabbed its neck, startling it into freezing up. Seizing the opportunity, dozens of other corpses jumped at it. The 3 vengeful spirits were buried beneath the pile of corpses. Lin Mo happily said, "The corpse-tide strategy, success." Lin Mo closed his eyes, letting out a relieved sigh. Although the vengeful spirits had sealing techniques, even they couldn't control so many Tang's corpses. It seemed the pact with the corpse-raising spirit was indeed the right choice. These Tang's corpses could truly become a meat shield in critical moments. The vengeful spirit, buried under the corpses, trembled in disgust. It was furious, releasing its power and shouting, "Stop it! It's not over yet!" Seeing this, Lin Mo anxiously called to the sorcerer, "Summon more!" The vengeful spirit was already expending a lot of its demon aura dealing with the surrounding Tang's corpses, and its hair had loosened significantly. If it could break free, it could win. The sorcerer gritted his teeth, trembling, his heart aching with regret, not willing to sacrifice more. Seeing this, Linmo smiled reassuringly. "Don't be sad. Once we get out of here, I'll give you another 1,000 corpses." With tears welling up, the sorcerer agreed, keeping his word. Dian Xin trembled in fear, but still held the phone tightly. "So many Tang's corpses. It's so terrifying." Everyone asked, "Do you think this guy in women's clothes can win?" Seeing the vengeful demon screaming on the screen, more and more comments began to appear. "The poor girl must be terrified, right? Hurry up and throw yourself into my arms." But this Tang's corpse is only a primary level weeping demon. The vengeful demon can destroy them, it's just a matter of time. The guy dressed in women's clothing was clearly stalling for time, but in the end, it was still hard to escape the fate of death. "Why do you only think about people dying? Truly unlucky." "I'm just speaking the truth. I bet all 1,000, this time the stakes are high. I bet the upper floors will definitely collapse." Suddenly, a female voice rang out, causing Dian Xin to jump in surprise. "Who's bullying my younger brother?" "Who is that?" The voice was captivating. Her slender calves stepped forward. Dian Xin, seeing her, was stunned as she walked in wearing black shoes. It was Mu Yuanqing. She coldly flipped her hair and gracefully walked in, causing the comment section to become even more lively. With such beauty and such a tall, slim figure, even models can't compare to her. She called that guy younger brother. "Can anyone tell me which school they go to? After this year, I want to enroll there. I'll let my dad know." Seeing her arrive, Lin Mo and Ashu quickly turned around, their faces filled with joy, as if they had just struck gold, and said, "Sister, come, save us." Yuanqing continued to walk slowly, waving her hand as she came closer. "Come here, come here." She smirked, raised her arm, and summoned all the demons she had collected. All the giant monsters crawled out, ready for battle. They charged forward, smashing into the other demons, causing the ground to crack open. Seeing them attacking the monster too much, Lin Mo quickly reminded, "Sister, Tang's corpse is one of us. Don't accidentally hurt it." Yuanqing walked over, smiling as she said, "You've made a pact with the demon corpse keeper now. Your talent is almost catching up with the masters. I'm really impressed. How come I don't have as many pact limits as you do?" Seeing one of her monsters tangled by several strands of the Ghost of Obsession's hair, Lin Mo immediately warned, "Sister, be careful. The control from the Ghost of Obsession is really powerful." Yuanqing put one hand on her hip, flicked her fingers, and spun around. Just like that, her monster's eyes lit up bright red. It tensed up, and the hair around it snapped off and fell to the ground. The strands of hair that were flying toward it were also severed by its roar. Seeing this, Lin Mo asked in surprise, "Why can't I break free from the Ghost of Obsession's control, but you can?" Yuanqing pointed upward, giving a light smile as she replied, "The headless ghost doesn't have a head. Its epidermis is covered with a layer of scales, making it immune to all illusion magic. Furthermore, when it unleashes its ultimate move, it becomes immune to control and boosts blood-sucking by 20%. Hearing this, Lin Mo was even more surprised, muttering to herself, "Immune to illusion magic, immune to control. Sister's strength is far beyond what I imagined." Several strands of hair wrapped around her monster's wrist. The three Ghosts of Obsession simultaneously attacked the creature. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly and said, "Sister, quickly break the control for me, then I'll fight alongside you." The Headless Ghost is a support-type creature, capable only of breaking control on itself and its allies, not for others. She smiled faintly, waving her hand to summon the blood-sucking demon, but it didn't matter. As long as she could kill them, the control would automatically be lifted. The blood-sucking demon charged forward, spinning in circles, turning into a whirlwind that tore towards the three obsidian demons. Another monster jumped up, wielding a mountain-crushing hammer, swinging it down. The demon's hair was sliced by the whirlwind. It screamed in warning, pulling back its hair to avoid it. A blue flame appeared in Sister Yuanqing's hand. She smiled and said, "It's not over yet." She cast the Hell Warden's cage skill. A gigantic cage materialized above the 3 obsidian demons, and they realized too late they had fallen into the trap. One of the demons, its red eyes now turned green, grinned maliciously. One of the obsidian demons quickly ran forward just before the cage descended fully. The demon's eyes brightened with a trace of bloodlust as it tried to escape. It raised its hand, initiating the soul-binding link to trap the obsidian demon. The green connection wrapped around the demon's waist, pulling it back into the cage. It screamed, "Damn it! Damn it!" The other demons cursed. "You're a woman, yet you help men. You're so foolish." After the 3 obsidian demons were trapped, Lin Mo was able to move again. Impressive. The attack combination from the headless demon and the blood-sucking demon forced the obsidian demons into the Hell Warden's cage. It was like a net, a perfect fusion of skills. The way Sister Yuan Qing used her skills was just like in the books. He walked up to the cage, sword in hand. "All right, now it's time to send you on your way." The obsidian demons immediately sealed their demon aura. They no longer struggled, instead crying out, "I'm not willing. I don't care. We were clearly killed by men, so why are we being punished?" Lin Mo paused upon hearing that, remaining silent. The tip of his sword was still pressed closely against their throats when one of the demons spoke up. "Wait!" It grabbed the iron bars of the cage with both hands, tears welling up in its eyes as it pleaded. "Before you kill us, I want to ask you for a favor." Lin Mo responded with a question of his own. "I'm human, and you're a demon. Why should I help you? Can I exchange it for a secret?" Another demon pulled its hand back, saying, "She asked him for help. Men can't be trusted." "That's right, we're all going to die anyway." She clenched the iron bar tightly, crying out, "As long as I can get my revenge, I'll do whatever you ask." Lin Mo stared at her, momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Eventually, his resolve softened, and he asked, "Tell me first, what is it that you want me to help with?" The demon, consumed by resentment, sobbed uncontrollably, struggling to speak. "You're the one who killed us." Her voice echoed with anguish, identifying herself as the owner of the pool. 3 months ago, the owner had harassed the cleaning staff, troubling the single women who came to swim. He would grip their throats, ignoring their desperate struggles, their legs kicking helplessly in the air as they fought for freedom. After a while, their movements slowed down, and then abruptly ceased. In the end, the girl was stomped to death, and it was fabricated that she had drowned. She died unjustly, her spirit filled with rage and sorrow. At this point, the 2 vengeful demons embraced each other, tears in their eyes as they spoke in turn. "That girl was me. I was their second victim." One demon, standing closest to the iron bars, whispered, "I'm a reporter." It clung tightly to the bars with both hands, continuing, "It wasn't easy to uncover the truth. Deliver the evidence to the Safety Bureau, but the investigator the Bureau sent was the boss's younger brother." At that moment, his grip loosened slightly, trembling uncontrollably due to the overwhelming emotions, and he added, "Finally, I'm free from this disaster." The image of the Safety Bureau investigator and the sanitation staff, blinded to death, along with the tone that turned cold and obsessive, transformed into a vengeful spirit. "We killed all the men who ever humiliated us." Moreover, the face of the vengeful spirit suddenly darkened, one of its eyes turning a bright red as it continued. "That bald man is lucky. He wasn't there that day." The 2 bodies of the wrongdoers fell before him, and she continued to recount their misdeeds. The sight caused a shiver of guilt, and he dared not step into the pool again. Then the old man quickly fled. While 2 out of the 3 vengeful spirits stood there in a daze, oblivious to what was happening behind them. After listening, Lin Mo gently placed his finger on his chin, furrowing his brow, and muttered softly, "I understand now. You want me to bring the old boss here, so you can get your revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, the vengeful spirit standing there gripped the iron bars, shouting resolutely, "Exactly! Why should we die tragically like this, while that boss is living peacefully outside? We can't accept that." Meanwhile, Ashu and Mu Yuan Qing standing to one side, expressed their anger, speaking out. "The Safety Bureau is no good. That damn boss is worse than a beast." Then a few comments immediately appeared on the livestream screen. "The Safety Bureau treats human life like grass. It's a shame I ever trusted them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. 3 girls in the prime of their youth and beauty were killed so brutally like that. It makes my heart ache with anger to the point where it feels like my entire body is in pain. I can understand other types of pain, but pain in the kidneys, that's definitely because of your damaged kidneys. It's not something to be taken lightly. No matter what, I must report this boss." "Report the boss? Aren't you afraid that the safety department will handle you as well?" Hearing this, Lin Mo slowly made a condition. "This isn't hard, but you must let me hear your secret first to see if it's worth it." The response came in a cold, grave tone. Her face darkened. "Then let me tell you a secret. At 10 p.m. 3 days from now, Demon Realm Nanshan will break through from all sides, aiming to crush the military defenses of Province Nation and break out." These words made Lin Mo and the others tense up more than ever. They stood still, not a single movement. Then, the voice of the vengeful ghost echoed again. "Ghost number 3 from Demon Realm Nanshan will lead 10,000 demons to pass through the northern slope of Lingling City." At this moment, her face was drenched in cold sweat as she slowly continued. "Over there, at least 20,000 local civilians and 5,000 surviving citizens of Demon Ceiling will definitely not be able to retreat in time. They will all die. The death of the surviving citizens of Demon Ceiling means nothing to Province Nation, but they definitely don't want to witness the tragic deaths of the local civilians." On the other side, Lin Mo remained lost in his thoughts. Master spoke. "Province Nation used the surviving citizens of Demon Ceiling as a human shield outside the city. So, when the demons pass through, won't those be the first to die?" Meanwhile, the demon, consumed by obsession, tightly grasped the guardrail, frowning in anger and shouting, "If you just tell the Safety Bureau this news, you'll definitely earn great merit. How about this secret? Is it enough for you to help me?" Lin Mo then wore a look of extreme satisfaction, clearly pleased with the news she had delivered. I agreed with her that I would lure the boss over here. Holding the sword in my trembling hand, my veins standing out, I continued with the demon tide. This time, I had to take action. I couldn't help but think of the unfortunate lives I had witnessed, whispering to myself that it wasn't for the Province Nation, but for the people of the wind. The egg, chicken-colored, and the 2 years of idle time for the stew, I picked up the basketball and spoke. Because the two of them, Lin Mo and I, had defeated the demon of obsession, they would fulfill their promise, performing a segment before enthusiastically tossing the item in their hand aside. Turning their back to the audience, they began to recite. "The sister slays demons simply because she is too beautiful. Others have to put on airs, but the sister doesn't waste words when killing demons. She just keeps dancing to the music, only because she is too beautiful. No demon is anything. In 1 second she can turn them into the demon lord of the underworld, who must then despair. The dream of invading the human city is shattered, and it is all because the sister is too beautiful." Meanwhile, the author added a note. "I bet you're reading along," and then smiled a grin that was anything but human. The 2 short dresses, one for a maid, one for a high school student, were thrown violently to the ground without mercy. Someone was slowly putting on a blue t-shirt over their slim figure. Afterward, Lin Mo threw on a large coat and announced, "Sister, you and Ashu go bring the boss over here." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuanqing immediately showed a look of anger, slightly frowning and sternly agreeing. "Even if I don't take action, I still want to kill him." But Ashu seemed not yet ready to stand. His posture remained firm on the ground, stopping him, waiting. "Lin Mo, do you want to kill him with your own hands?" Immediately, he received a succinct response in Lin Mo's serious tone. "Every grievance has its cause." He continued to look at the 3 vengeful spirits sitting angrily in their cages, then added, "Of course, the boss will leave them to them." He turned to glance at Ashu and added, "This way, neither of us will be seen as committing a crime. The Safety Bureau can't touch us." As soon as he finished speaking, a look of excitement appeared on his face, and he clenched his fist, praising, "This idea isn't bad." He spoke seriously to Mu Yuanqing. "Of course, the two of us are still not enough. We still need the sisters' cooperation." Upon hearing this, she did not hesitate, giving a thumbs up, her face satisfied as if it were an easy task. In another scene, the boss of the Shuifeng swimming pool, sitting with his legs crossed while smoking a cigarette, suddenly heard a mocking voice unexpectedly ring out, "These three ghosts are really hard to deal with." It turned out that Shu and Lin Mo had come out together, laughing and chatting happily. "Is that so? Didn't we still cut them down with our blades and send them to the afterlife? Today's harvest is not bad at all." This scene quickly caught the attention of the Shuifeng swimming pool boss, causing him to hurriedly throw his cigarette on the ground and stand up joyfully, his face showing delight as he exclaimed, "Did you two little brothers take care of the ghosts?" Without delay, Lin Mo raised the 3 beads in his hand in response. Of course, these 3 demon pearls of evil spirits were just harvested, still fresh. Upon hearing this, the boss of Shuifeng swimming pool was overjoyed and praised. "That's excellent!" Immediately, Lin Mo quickly extended his hand and asked the other party, "Boss, where's the money we agreed upon?" But the man deliberately turned away, his eyes half closed as he played the fool. "Why the rush? What if the ghost isn't dead yet? Wouldn't that be more convenient for you guys?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mo's face suddenly darkened, turning pale as death, devoid of a trace of blood. Meanwhile, the boss of Shuifeng Pool, walking ahead, seemed to remember something. He turned his head, his face dripping with sweat, trembling, and asked, "How about you two go in first and take a look for me?" But Shu and Lin Mo, somewhat disdainful, both spoke up sarcastically, leaving the man speechless. A grown man like him, yet with such a small amount of courage, speaking softly like a woman. Then another remark rang out. "Don't insult women. He's even more cowardly than a mouse." This made the boss of Shuifeng Pool's face darken even further, and he fell silent. Long silently thought, "You wait for me." After a while, Shu and Lin Mo went ahead, leaving the man alone behind, cautious, nervously glancing around, scanning the surroundings. The area ahead was pitch black and silent, with no one else but the 3 of them. At this moment, the boss of Shuifeng Pool finally relaxed, grinning smugly and sneering, "Finally killed the evil spirit." Immediately, Lin Mo reminded the boss, 100,000 per person, don't forget to pay us." The man furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth, still wanting money. "Young people these days are so greedy, still wanting 2 of you to take the money. Do you believe I'll report you to the Safety Bureau and expose your school?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression suddenly darkened, his smile stiffening. He muttered softly, "Fine, if you don't give us the money, we won't kill the ghost." Then he secretly smirked, thinking to himself, "As expected, he's nothing but trash." As soon as the words were spoken, the pool manager, Shuifeng, turned his head back, bewildered, and asked, "What? The ghost isn't dead anymore?" Hastily, he stood in front of the 2 individuals and demanded, "You lied to me. The ghost isn't dead." At this point, Shu and Lin Mo slowly took a few steps back, calmly asking, "Did you not lie to us?" Despite his extreme panic, he stammered, "You—" Meanwhile, Lin Mo slightly furrowed his brows, his face filled with killing intent, and gently ordered, "Enough!" Then 3 vengeful ghosts emerged from the air. While the pool manager, Shuifeng, remained unaware, trembling, he asked, "What are you two backing away for?" Suddenly, a resentful and angry voice came from behind, causing him to turn around in horror and shout, "You've caused us such misery. Today, you will pay with your life." With that, the 3 of them advanced together, surrounding him, their long, huge strands of hair swirling in the air, suppressing him. The hair slowly floated toward him, brushing against his face, causing the pool manager, Shuifeng, to grow increasingly panicked, his eyes filled with tears as he pleaded, "Help me, please!" but the hair coiled tightly around his head, pinching his mouth shut, preventing him from speaking properly. In an instant, his body was hurled mercilessly toward the swimming pool. His arms and legs were bound so tightly that he couldn't move. At that moment, his face twisted in extreme confusion as he thought to himself, "It's over." Suddenly, another vengeful ghost appeared behind him, looking at him with a mocking tone and said, "Your day of death has come." The pool manager's face turned ashen, drained of all color. He screamed desperately, "Help me, please!" But Lin Mo, standing by the shore, calmly sighed and replied, "I haven't received the money yet. Sorry, I can't comply." Upon hearing this, the pool manager, Shui Feng, used all his strength, frantically writhing, offering a deal. "I have money. This golden watch is worth 70 to 80,000. If you save me, the watch is yours." As soon as the words ended, Lin Mo immediately grabbed the most valuable item on the opponent and threw it to himself. The system immediately sent a notification congratulating the host for receiving 100 excitement points. While wiping the watch dry, he put on a sinister expression and added, "Are you stupid? If you're dead, this watch isn't mine anymore." Upon hearing this, the owner of the Shui Feng swimming pool, still obsessively focused on the water, coughed a few times, cursing angrily, "Bastard! You're colluding with ghosts! This is a serious crime, and the Safety Bureau will punish you." Another notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300 excitement points. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Ashu began to act as though they had no involvement. Lin Mo said, "The person who directed me didn't collude with ghosts, right? No, it was him who jumped into the pool and got attacked by the ghost." At the same time, the owner of the Shui Feng swimming pool, drinking water noisily, tried to argue, "But as soon as I entered, you deliberately released the ghost to kill me. That's also a serious crime." So Lin Mo turned to ask Mu Yuanqing's sister, "Did you deliberately release them?" Mu Yuanqing answered with self-blame, "Earlier, my spiritual energy ran out, and that's why those 3 ghostly obsessions managed to escape. It wasn't intentional." After hearing this, Lin Mo gritted his teeth in anger, his body shaking with fury as he glared at the swimming pool owner, Shui Feng, and growled, "Did you hear that? It's the ghostly obsessions that escaped. It wasn't intentional. I warn you not to speak nonsense, or I'll report you for slander." However, the other party still angrily shouted, "Bastard! You're colluding with ghosts!" At that moment, another system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 excitement points. As soon as the words ended, Lin Mo immediately struck a pose of a righteous and virtuous man, turning towards his teammates and seriously demanded, "Who said we harmed him? Ashu sister, let's hurry and save him." Then he quickly ran forward, feigning determination, shouting loudly, "Damn ghost, I'll fight you to the death." But as they got closer, all 3 pretended to cry out weakly, causing the ghost of obsession, who was holding the prey in place, to feel confused and motionless. They were then struck by an invisible force, sending them flying backward, letting out a few pained yelps for show. Afterward, Lin Mo struggled to gather himself, crawling up wearily, and said, "The ghost of obsession became suddenly much stronger when it saw him. We couldn't fight back." A sorrowful voice rang out, and the image of Mu Yuanqing's group began their dramatic performance, with Ashu lying still on the ground, some wiping away tears, others raising their hands to offer a few fake prayers. "I can't do it anymore. This ghost is too strong, Ashu, you died so miserably." Meanwhile, netizens behind their screens, watching the live stream, were spamming hearts non-stop, with an outpouring of glowing comments. "I'm dying of laughter. Oscar is missing a prestigious award for these guys. Too funny, brothers. The safety protocol says that demon masters who see death and don't save will be punished. But this guy wanted to save him, but was powerless to do so. No problem at all." Some even took screenshots. "The bald boss wasn't killed by the ghost, but probably died from anger. Well done." On the other side, countless long locks of hair twisted and wrapped tightly around the neck of the swimming pool's owner. Shui Feng made him struggle to say a few words. "No, I don't want to die." Just as he was about to continue begging, sharp, sweetly slicing cuts suddenly appeared in rapid succession, tearing him into several pieces of flesh that bobbed on the surface of the pool, under the watchful eyes of the three ghosts of obsession. After a while, the obsession disappeared. The ghostly bodies dissipated, and the three girls transformed into human forms, soaring into the sky. They waved their hands, tears welling up in their eyes. One of them spoke to thank everyone, then transformed into three small blue orbs before the eyes of Lin Mo and his group, and without hesitation flew to land in his outstretched palm. This miraculous scene caught the attention of the streamer, who excitedly shouted while still holding her phone. "This is so satisfying! Punishing those damn people! They are the true light of justice!" Suddenly, a student from the Lin Feng Academy appeared, angrily pointing ahead and shouting, "Who are you? How dare you steal our mission?" Lin Mo, standing right opposite, was immediately drawn in. His gaze swept over quickly, and then he calmly raised his hand, sneering as he asked, "Stealing the mission? How can this be called stealing when it comes to students? We're all demon masters. You kill demons, I kill demons. Aren't we all serving the people?" Upon hearing this, two other students from Lin Feng Academy could no longer hold back, whispering to each other with extremely displeased expressions. "Stealing our mission and still talking back. The demon pearls of the three evil spirits are worth quite a bit." At this moment, the leader of the Lin Feng Academy students quickly fell silent, then continued, "Be sensible and hand over the demon pearls. If not, you won't be leaving this pool alive." Instantly, Lin Mo refused to back down, putting on a determined face, gritting his teeth as he raised his glowing tattooed hand, asking, "What's the matter? Do you want to fight?" But the opponent showed no sign of fear, instead sneering mockingly, "5 gifted demons, impressive. But what a coincidence. We have 10 people, 8 of them are lower-level demon masters, and 3 are third-level demon masters. You won't be leaving here alive." Dun Mu Yuanqing, demon master, stood in front of the 2 members of the team and suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "Are you sure you want to fight us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, one of the students, felt a little anxious, sweating profusely. A 5th-level demon master could easily take on 5 or 6 of them, but he couldn't back down. He raised his voice and replied, "Who exactly are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yuanqing fell silent for a moment, slowly narrowing his eyes and introducing himself. "A useless person, Sun Miao of Xuefeng." She also knew how to play along, pretending to cough and saying, "Sun Li Li of Xuefeng." This took the students from Lin Feng Academy by surprise. So, they were from the Sun family of Xuefeng. No wonder they acted so arrogantly. Sun Miao, as they had heard, was ranked in the top 20 of Xuefeng. "You may have the Sun family as your backing, but I also have my own. Today, you're stealing this mission, and I, Ku Feng, will make sure you pay for it." Lin Mo could only reply politely, "Sun Miao, please feel free to attend to us at any time." After that, he finally ordered their fellow students to leave, leaving Ashu and himself behind to think things over. Q Feng is from the Q family in Pure Wind Pavilion. Pure Wind Pavilion, the Thanlo. Immediately, Mu Yuanqing approached, slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder, and happily replied, "Pure Wind Pavilion is the 2nd largest assassin organization in Jiang Province, ranked below Coldwind Pavilion, your 8th brother's group." At that moment, he seemed to realize something, pointing at himself and continuing, "Isn't that simple? If Pure Wind Pavilion dares to cause trouble for me, I'll just mention the name of your 8th brother and see if they still dare to touch me." The sky outside was blue, the clouds white, and the sunlight golden. The conversation between Mu Yuanqing and Lin Mo still showed no signs of stopping, so it was uncertain. "You don't believe that the junior brother is in trouble, and he wouldn't care?" After a while, all 3 of them were sitting on the back of the bloodsucker demon, gaining momentum to take off. She gently warned them, "Hold on tight." Leaving behind the streamer who was calling and running after them, she raised her phone in a hopeless manner and asked, "Where are you all going?" She then glanced at the screen with a disappointed look, pouting and muttering regretfully. As soon as they left, more than half of the people in my room are gone. Immediately, a foot in green sandals firmly pressed down on the pedal of Ming's personal bike with a tone of absolute determination. All right. The streamer, with her hair down and wearing revealing clothes, pedaled the bike while speaking. I absolutely must find these 3 people so my room won't get raided again. Meanwhile, the 3 of them, Lin Mo included, were snatching missions all around Lingling City. 3 mission points had already been completed, and they were heading to another mission point. Specifically, the Gam Point mission and the Singing Point mission. In an underground bunker beneath the Century City, 2 demons faced the wall, continuously using their hands to do something with intense concentration. After a moment, they suddenly turned their heads back. One of them had its mouth wide open, blood streaming out, while the one beside it stuck out its long, disgusting tongue as if trying to scare someone. Without hesitation, Lin Mo and Ashu drew their sharp swords. Each delivered a single strike, severing their heads. Blood splattered everywhere as they turned and calmly walked away. Having just obtained 2 demon pearls from the corpse-eating demons, they hadn't even had the chance to leave when a group of people blocked their path. Enraged, one of them shouted, "Who are you? Are you trying to steal our demon mission and get yourselves killed?" And so, chaos ensued, with people running and others chasing. "Kufeng, I took a few demon pearls from you. That's me showing you some respect." "If you have the guts, don't run, Kufeng, right? Don't let me run into you again." Meanwhile, the system had recorded the results and congratulated the host for earning 100 points of excitement. At Huling Park, Lin Mo quickly obtained 2 demon pearls from the drowned ghosts, which made him a little excited. "I won't change my name if I leave, and I won't change my surname if I sit still," he thought to himself. Kufeng from Lin Feng Academy, along with the 2 people in the distance, were genuinely furious, holding their heads. "That was clearly our mission," they said, frustrated. Even at Baihua Mall, Haya Shu was slashing through the neck of a demon with his sword, blood spurting out in all directions. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to introduce. "That's my Kufeng at work. If you're not happy, come to Lin Feng Academy and deal with me." The people present could only stare in disbelief. On the search bar for today's trending section, a post was being commented on by several people saying, "That kid Kufeng, if you have the guts, don't close your eyes when you go to sleep tonight. You finally snatched the mission in Huling City. Brothers, go and beat him up for me. What kind of trash students are you training, Chief? Give me back the demon pearls. How do you evaluate Kufeng's unethical behavior?" These words made Kufeng sneeze repeatedly, muttering, "It must be Sun Miao who's framing me." The scene of the crematorium and the quiet, lonely night slowly unfolded before them. Lin Mo led the way, walking slowly forward, constantly looking left and right, observing carefully. At this moment, after a few drops of cold sweat ran down his cheek, he asked, "The mission's over. Why is it so quiet here?" Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from deep within the pitch-black room. Lin Mo frowned slightly, his expression turning serious as he quickly urged, "Let's go. The mission at the crematorium might not be over yet." Inside, the 2 girls were horrified, staring at the man surrounded by a blazing golden fire. All 3 of them screamed in terror. "You're lying on the ground, struggling to crawl inch by inch with your hands, begging for help, begging for me to save you." The 2 girls could only shout their own names, but then fell silent, lying flat on the ground in despair. They stood motionless, unable to move as they watched the terrifying scene unfold before them. 2 people made requests for help, their eyes filled with tears. One was furious, the other tried to stay calm, facing the damned demon. "I'm going to risk my life against you." Calmly, analyzing Zhao Jian's strength, it was clear that there was more than just a single burned ghost. "If you keep going like this, you're going to die." As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Mo walked in from outside, continuing, "Wait, what's going on here?" Upon hearing this, one of the girls quickly asked, "Who are you?" but received no direct answer. Lin Mo only said, "We're here to help. Quickly, tell us what's happening." Then one person made a request for assistance, her hair in braids, a little shy. She raised her hand in front of her, eyes lowered as she replied based on the information she had. "There's a burned ghost in the crematorium, but when we tried to open the furnace to check, for some reason, we were sucked in. After that, before I could finish speaking, the drawer was pulled in by some invisible force without any external interference." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo frowned tightly, suspecting, "This must be the burned ghost. Cremation is supposed to burn the dead. How could there be a burned ghost here?" A Shu who was standing beside suddenly answered the question seriously. "If the crematorium burns someone alive, then there could be a ghost that died in the fire." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately couldn't understand the living person. How cruel and heartless must one be? Then he remembered the words and the cheerful manner of La Chung. "I went to the crematorium on a mission. If you're free, you can come over and give us some pointers." This made Lin Mo ask again, "By the way, do you have someone named La Chung?" Immediately, one of the two who had asked for help quickly pointed to the furnace over there and replied, "He's in that furnace." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo continued to probe with a more serious tone. "He's dead too?" As soon as he finished speaking, a hand and a scream of horror suddenly rang out in the dark, ominous night. Along with that, the figure of the young man, surrounded by flames, painfully running out, shouted in panic, "It's so hot! So hot!" After a while, the drawer slowly closed, while La Chung continued to wave his sleeves, shouting loudly, "If I hadn't been prepared, I would have been burnt to a crisp by now." One of the two who had requested help then responded to La Chung, "You're fine, that's great." Then Lin Mo immediately gave a thumbs up, praising, "You have some skills, not getting burned to death." This made the other person somewhat surprised, calling out, "Mr. Mu." Then both had an awkward exchange as Mr. Mu waved his hand dismissively towards La Chung. La Chung began to move closer. "We meet again." Mr. Mu replied, "Stay away, your whole body is nothing but bones. It's unpleasant to look at." That's right. Suddenly, one of Lin Mo's eyeballs turned bright red, and with a serious expression, he commanded, "Blood Eye, activate." Instantly, a continuous red glow emanated, allowing him to see through any object without obstruction. Immediately, Lin Mo easily saw that inside, the charred corpse demon was sitting cross-legged arrogantly in the center, while the greedy demon huddled in the corner. At this moment, his brows furrowed slightly, and his voice echoed, "Inside, there's not just the charred corpse demon, but also the greedy demon." Upon hearing this, La Chung quickly confirmed, "That's right, the greedy demon will turn into money and treasures. As long as you look at it for more than 2 seconds, you'll be sucked in. I was just sucked in like that earlier." Then, shocking news came from the two girls in La Chung's group. Zhao Jian was already dead. "If we don't kill these demons, he won't rest in peace," which caused him to exclaim in panic, "What?" He then turned to Lin Mo, urgently pleading and offering a condition, "Mr. Mu, please help us. As long as you avenge us, the reward for all of you, including the demon Pearl on me, I'll give it all to you." But Lin Mo turned to Mu Yuanqing and called her sister, before continuing, "The demons are here." Before he could finish, she, while yawning and walking off in another direction, interrupted, "Don't go near evil spirits." "You two have done enough. I'm a bit sleepy. I'll go take a nap first." The girl with braids seemed a bit anxious and quickly stopped her. "No, these demons here are very dangerous. They're only 5th-level demon masters. Can a 2nd-level demon master kill them?" La Chung, still trying to reassure them, blocked her with his hand and said, "No, trust Mr. Mu." Lin Mo didn't say much. He simply turned his head lightly, his eyes brightening as he looked behind, whispering, "Look carefully." While continuing to pound violently on the drawer, he gave a serious and confident command, "Come out." And so, before Lin Mo, countless pieces of gold, silver, and jewels appeared, shimmering and dazzling to the point of dizzying the mind. It was as if he were mesmerized by their power. His gaze and tone became dazed, with a little drool forming at the corner of his mouth. So much money, he thought to himself. This wealth is truly tempting. If only it were real. Meanwhile, the greedy ghost immediately appeared, waiting and counting the seconds. Then she clung to Lin Mo, her face full of delight and a mischievous grin, counting down from 2 seconds. She was nearly about to achieve her goal. The greedy ghost quickly cupped his face, slowly calling out, "Wife!" However, before the word could leave her mouth, her eyes widened in shock, her face drenched in sweat. She looked at Lin Mo, who was now grinning ominously, his mouth open to reveal sharp fangs, as though he was experiencing the sharp sting of pain from a counterattack. The greedy ghost was shoved away uncontrollably, and in her panic, she could only scream, "What's going on?" Next, it was Ashu's turn, who wielded a sharp sword to deliver a blow, severing the head. Blood spurted out in a stream. As they saw her head rolling on the ground, La Cheng's group cheered loudly. "We've killed a demon official! Revenge has been sweet!" On the other side, the fire-wrapped ghost, not knowing her own limits, lunged forward in rage and spit fire at Lin Mo, cursing, "Damn you! I'll risk everything to fight you!" Having said that, he immediately shot a powerful stream of fire out of the furnace. Fortunately, both Ashu and he were able to react in time and quickly dodged to the sides. Then Lin Mo put on a serious expression, took up his sword, and with green flames surrounding him, rushed forward while saying, "I'll make sure you don't harm anyone in there." Lin Mo swung his sword downward, executing the soul-sealing slash technique. Immediately, several strong golden beams of light tore through the air, causing the burning ghost to be startled, its eyes wide in shock, mouth agape, before disappearing from his sight in the thick white smoke that enveloped the area in front of Lin Mo. After a while, as the smoke gradually cleared, the figure of the burning ghost reappeared, standing still with an air of arrogance. Then he continued to use his signature technique, the fire that burned the corpse, to attack his opponent. The flames spiraled together, creating an unprecedentedly powerful strike. The burning ghost kept opening its wide mouth with jagged, sharp teeth, launching fiery attacks. It seemed to be using all its strength to spit scorching flames towards Lin Mo. He quickly dodged the hot gust of air, stepping to the side and sternly ordered, "Ashu, take action." The burning ghost was so stunned it stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to move. Before it could recover, a shadowy figure dressed in black raised a scythe, preparing to strike. Turns out, Ashu was standing on the ground, raising his hand and shouting loudly, "Summon Demon Shadow." Soon after, the burning ghost's head was suddenly severed from its body, blood spraying in all directions through the air, before falling freely, its eyes wide and its mouth still hanging open, unable to close. Done. From where did the name Burnt Demon with the title of evil spirit come from? Slowly, it crawled towards the motionless body, calling out for the old man in disarray. Afterward, it stood up, summoning a massive fire that surrounded its body, furiously shouting, "How dare you!" Its mouth opened wide enough to reveal a set of white teeth, its bloodshot eyes screaming, "I want you all to pay with your lives. Die! Die for me!" At this moment, Lin Mo hastily grabbed Ashu's shirt, pulling him along while sternly saying, "It's bad. The burnt demon's skill is almost fully charged. Run!" Luckily, when he and La Cheng's group jumped out of the high floor of the crematorium, the flames shot out from the windows at that very moment, so no one was harmed. After a while, they all looked at the scene in front of them. Suddenly, Ashu and one of the 2 girls spoke up, requesting help unexpectedly. "The demon's gone. If we'd been even a second slower, we'd have been burned to ashes like Zhao Jian." Thankfully, Lin Mo reminded us. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Mo turned to tease her when he saw her hair suddenly curl. "Free perm!" This made her give a dry laugh and reply, "What time is it? And you're still joking?" Meanwhile, another girl, who was there, looked a bit worried, her face covered in beads of sweat. The teacher had once said that a burnt demon is a long-range sorcerer, and to deal with it, one must use a demon pact with a longer attack range or break through its skill range and get close for an attack. She wondered if they should try a long-range attack. After speaking, Lin Mo immediately touched two of his fingers to the other hand, quickly summoning, "Ghost Archer!" Instantly, it obeyed the master's command, rapidly drawing the bow and shooting an arrow toward the burning corpse-level evil spirit that was hanging motionless on the high windowsill. But unfortunately, the shot missed its target and instead created an opportunity for the opponent to quickly leap and dodge with agile movements. Seeing this, one of the two girls spoke up, "Help me." She then continued in a serious tone, "Summon the swamp demon, imprison it." As soon as the words left her mouth, a wet green figure appeared, opening its mouth wide and spitting a mass of slimy liquid toward the burning corpse-level evil spirit. This time, the attack hit its mark, and without requiring any special effort or advanced skills. While the enemy was suspended in the air, their body rapidly dropped to the ground, immobilized. Lin Mo immediately seized the opportunity, pointing his finger to command the Ghost Archer, "Shoot!" Then 3 sharp arrows sliced through the air like lightning, moving so fast that they were hard to see. However, the burning corpse-level evil spirit managed to react in time, using its second skill, the fire shield, to protect itself from the arrows. The burning corpse-level evil spirit, hiding behind the fire shield, frowned and sneered, showing its teeth. A joke. The fire shield can reduce 90% of physical damage. You only managed to kill my old man with a sneak attack earlier, but in a direct confrontation, you're no match for me. But Lin Mo, standing across from him, revealed one red eye, calmly continuing to calculate. If physical damage is reduced, then we'll use true damage instead. Hearing this, the burning demon-level Death Knight was somewhat taken aback, his mouth open as he muttered a blood curse. You're a level 2 demon master, and you've activated the third skill of the red-eyed demon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mo immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers, replying excitedly, "Just a usual thing." After a moment, when the time came, Lin Mo's group detonated the guy right in front of them. A thick white smoke instantly appeared, enveloping the sky in a hazy cloud. Then, the burning demon-level Death Knight, who had been robbed of his evil spirit, lay motionless on the ground, eyes wide and mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, La Chung and the girl with glasses expressed their joy, their faces filled with delight as they said, "Great! Well done!" But they didn't notice the dark figure rushing toward them from behind. It was the ghost of the blue flame, speeding toward them, eyes wide as he shouted, "Where did this kid come from, daring to cause trouble in my territory?" The sound was so loud that everyone panicked, turning around to see the demon, yet Ashu showed no sign of fear. He gripped the sword on his back tightly and said, "Lin Mo, leave this one to me." Suddenly, someone sitting on the ground spat out a huge fireball, shouting loudly, "No!" Luckily, thanks to Lin Mo's reminder, Ashu quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the unintended strike. "Ashu, be careful!" The blazing golden flame shot toward the ghost of the blue flame. Before he could react, the fiery blast struck, causing him to panic. His eyes bulged, mouth open in shock, and he was quickly incinerated. Despite his screams of pain, his body was consumed by the flames. In just a few seconds, his body was charred black, lying motionless on the ground as smoke rose, all witnessed by everyone. Seeing this, the two girls, slightly confused, voiced their requests for help, taking turns to speak. Weren't they collaborating and scheming to do evil? Why did the burning ghost kill its own people before it died? Lin Mo, unable to suppress Min's curiosity, added, "The fireball earlier was aimed at the greedy ghost." He then received the difficult reply from the other side. "That's right, I'm about to die, and I don't want that ungrateful brat to live either." Hearing this, he still didn't understand and asked again, "Aren't you all from the same family? What's going on? Tell me more." The burning ghost immediately sighed and continued, "Those two greedy ghosts are my son and daughter-in-law. When they were alive, they took all the money I had saved up with my wife." I remember the family photo of the four of us on the table shattered into many pieces. Just thinking about the extremely unjust death of my wife and me, he recounted, "In order to steal the last room we had left, they pushed us into the crematorium and burned us alive." The burning ghost then slowly added, "The resentment in my heart and in my wife's is so hard to disappear. The ghostly energy in the crematorium was very heavy, so it turned us into burning ghosts. That very night, we killed that ungrateful son and his wife." At this moment, he was still lying on the ground, his voice weak. We never expected the greed of these two wretches to be so heavy, absorbing the ghostly energy from the crematorium and turning into greedy ghosts. Luckily, the greedy ghost couldn't fight back against us. We beat them up and forced them to lure people for us. Hearing this, Lin Mo slightly pointed the tip of his sword towards the ground in a mocking manner. Truly a family where the father is righteous and the son is filial. He furrowed his brows and explained, "I completely agree with what you've been through, but if you kill others indiscriminately, that is simply wrong." Then, the long-haired girl standing beside him also spoke up. No matter how virtuous a person was when alive, once they turn into a ghost, they will have the desire to kill. This is the nature of a ghost, so either you make a contract to suppress their lingering thoughts, or you kill them. But Lin Mo quickly rebutted, and holding a pearl in my hand, laughing deviously, "I don't think as much as you do. I killed them simply because of the demon pearl, understand?" La Cheng also quickly raised both hands, filled with demon pearls of various colors, without hesitation agreeing. "Right, right. Well said. You killed the evil ghosts to avenge my brothers. All the demon pearls are yours." Lin Mo happily cupped the mountain of demon pearls in his palms and grinned, "Well then, I won't be polite." At that moment, Mu Yuanqing, who had appeared out of nowhere, yawned and said, "Younger brother, you guys are making such a big fuss over handling a mere evil spirit." He immediately turned his head, showing a delighted expression as he asked her, "Sister, you're not asleep?" He received the reply from Mu Yuanqing, who, while rummaging through her pocket for something, spoke, disturbed by the noise. "Go find a hotel, I want to sleep." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly asked his sister, "Can we head to the northern outskirts of Lingling City first?" While seriously considering a few matters, he continued, "If the intelligence about the ghost's obsession at that pool is correct, then when the demon tide arrives, over 5,000 people from the demon sealing water tribe over there will definitely die. I want to evacuate the people of demon sealing there." After speaking, he stood still in front of Mu Yuanqing, immediately clenching his fist, and she had no choice but to agree in the dark of the night. "All right, I'll follow you." In the northern outskirts of Lingling, the sight of countless small, dilapidated houses gradually appeared. Lin Mo looked around at the surroundings, observing and sighing. Are the people of demon sealing living in a place like this? After walking a bit further, he spotted the image of Li Yue, who was covered in dirt, running around happily, and accidentally bumped her head into Lin Mo's leg, letting out a cry that seemed like an unconscious action, making him a bit worried. He quickly reminded her, "Be careful." Then Li Yue quickly asked in a childish tone, "Who are you people?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo pointed to himself and answered, "We are travelers." While Ashu remained silent, Li Yue furrowed her brow, clenched her hand into a fist, and shouted, "You're lying!" Here, aside from the locals and the fierce soldiers, no one cared about them, which surprised Lin Mo. He softly praised her, "You're quite smart." Then, looking down at her fair, bare feet, he continued, "But why aren't you wearing shoes?" Immediately, Li Yue answered angrily, her gaze sharp, "Isn't it because your people from Zhou destroyed our homeland? The people of demon sealing are forced into slavery here. We can't have shoes or sandals like you." As soon as she finished, Lin Mo's face turned sorrowful, his beard lowered as he looked down. After a while, he gently reached out and touched Li Yue's face to comfort her. "Maybe not. There will come a day when everyone will be able to wear clothes and shoes just like me." The little girl immediately asked back, "Really?" Suddenly, another voice shouted loudly, "Sister, don't trust him!" It was Li Feng, wearing only a sleeveless top, standing in front of her sister, angrily shouting, "The people of Zhou are very cunning. What are you plotting by coming here?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo calmly gave a thumbs up to the sky, happily applauding and protecting the little girl. "Very upright indeed, but I still have a question. Where are your parents? Why don't I see them?" Li Feng, still unchanging in her attitude, gritted her teeth and shouted, "You know the answer and still ask. They've been taken to the city walls." The boy added, "Forced labor without pay, building architecture for your Zhou people." Meanwhile, on the other side, a soldier holding a whip was beating the people of the kingdom of Demon Ceiling, who were working under harsh conditions, while others kept watch over groups of people carrying heavy loads of stones and dirt. Then, one of them was unfortunately struck mercilessly by a whip, cursed at, and forced to hurry painfully. On the other side, an old man, frail and trembling, still tried to pull a massive stone up with all his might, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Suddenly, the rope snapped, causing the man to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The massive stone came crashing down, nearly crushing his prone body. Amidst the frantic cries of panic, "Be careful! The stone's about to fall!" One by one, Lin Mo knelt down in front of the large chest. The necromancer, demon diva, demon martial disciple, and devil's extreme hurriedly soared into the air. Immediately, all 5 of his subordinates quickly braced the massive stone that was being wrapped with ropes, much to the astonishment of the people standing below. After a moment, the object was finally lowered safely without causing any casualties. At this point, Lin Mongaonge stood amidst his demon subordinates, one hand in his pocket, and casually asked, "Old man, are you all right?" The other party, seeing him, stammered and shouted, You are..." He pointed a finger and displayed a face of disbelief, frowning slightly as he continued, "Prince Yi De." Upon hearing this, the people of the kingdom of Demon Ceiling were ecstatic, quickly turning around and exclaiming, "It's really the prince! The prince, you're not dead! Indeed, the prince has come to save us, the people of Demon Ceiling." Then, a soldier, seeing the chaos, aimed his gun at them and shouted angrily, "What's all this shouting? Didn't Prince Yi De die already? I think these filthy peasants are trying to rebel. Shoot them." But he was stopped by the commanding officer, who arrived from behind. "Wait a moment. I've heard there's a prodigy student in Xinhai City, just like Prince Yi De. It might be him. Don't act rashly. This student is backed by Duan Kan-kun. If a riot really breaks out..." His eyes narrowed slightly, his tone cold, and a mocking grin spread across his face. "Isn't this a perfect opportunity for us to open fire?" On the other side, several people immediately knelt on the dry, rocky ground. They kowtowed to Lin Mo, who stood atop the large stone, and loudly proclaimed, "We pay our respects to Prince Yi De." Threatening him into a state of panic, I subconsciously pointed at his face, silently thinking, "Yi De, he's me. I had no idea we looked so alike." I was still within the sights of a gun from somewhere else. At this moment, Lin Mo's face grew serious again, and he continued, "If I let the people of Demon Ceiling kneel any longer, I'm afraid the Safety Bureau will come and take me away." He quickly jumped down in front of the gazes of thousands and thousands of citizens from the kingdom of Demon Ceiling, who were all kneeling. Then, Lin Mo showed a bewildered, despondent expression, pointing at himself as he tried to explain, "I'm not the crown prince or anything. You've mistaken me for someone else. Your crown prince died when he was over 30 years old, but I'm only 18. Upon hearing this, they gently wiped their tears and sobbed. "Yes, that's right. The crown prince has been dead for more than 10 years. It was me who was confused. The crown prince is dead. No one can save us now." Seeing this, Lin Mo knelt down and softly said, "Sir, the demon tide will pass through here at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Since there's still time, we need to evacuate immediately." The other person, still confused, looked at him with concern and said, "Evacuate where? If the demon tide really comes, they won't let us evacuate." Lin Mo's face suddenly turned pale when he heard, "We're just a human shield for the people of Zhou." Then the old man gently took his hands and continued, "Thank you for your kindness. You resemble the last crown prince of our country so much. Your heart is as pure as his." Furrowing his brows, he reminded, "You should leave quickly, don't stay here because of us." However, Lin Mo refused to leave and seriously protested, "No, I won't let everyone here wait to die." Suddenly, a soldier walked over, whipping his whip and cursing. "What's going on? Why aren't you going to work for him?" But he was stopped by someone grabbing the whip tightly. It was certainly Lin Mo, shielding the old man. The people of the Kingdom of Demon Ceiling shouted, "Stop!" The opponent seemed a bit flustered and asked, "What do you want? Are you trying to disrupt the work? Are you planning a rebellion?" Lin Mo stood up forcefully, turned around, and left, replying, "No, I have something more important to announce." Standing in the middle of the crowd, Lin Mo didn't hesitate, using all his strength to loudly announce, "The day after tomorrow, a demon tide will pass through here. All citizens of the Kingdom of Demon Ceiling must evacuate to the northern outskirts, or everyone will die." From behind the ambush, the captain shouted sharply, "You're saying there's a demon tide? Ridiculous! Our army hasn't received any such notice. Where did you get this news from?" He furrowed his brows, slamming his hand down loudly. "If the construction gets delayed, who will take responsibility for that now? All the major demon realms are under military control. There will definitely be no demon tide. If you keep making threats, I might have to charge you with delaying the construction and have you executed." At the command, the soldiers raised their guns, aiming them at Lin Mo and surrounding him. The shocking event caused rocks and debris to fall continuously, making it difficult for them to stand. They asked each other, "What's going on?" Contrary to expectations, Ashu stood atop the fortress and shouted the announcement, "Lin Mo, the demon tide is coming earlier than anticipated." Soon, waves of them, one after another, surged in under the gray sky, much to everyone's surprise. The captain finally realized, his eyes wide in disbelief. "So it's true, there's really a demon tide this large, the architecture can't stop them." Panicking, he quickly turned and ran. "Brothers, retreat quickly, head back to Lingling City." Meanwhile, Lin Mo was directing the civilians to safety. "Laborers, stop working. The demon tide is here. Run quickly." The captain rushed forward, whipping the air with his whip to clear a path. He charged ahead, cursing loudly, "Commoners, get out of the way. You're only good as meat shields." The laborers stood frozen, still in shock, unable to grasp what was happening until Lin Mo shouted at them, "Stop standing there. Go back to the shelter and bring the children here." He quickly moved, asking Ashu about the situation. "Ashu, how's it going? This structure can only withstand the demon tide for about 3 minutes." Lin Mo summoned the demons under his command to prepare for battle. If they could hold on for a moment, it would buy them some time, a chance to save a few lives. The demon tide, with their sharp claws, had already begun to climb the walls, thrashing about with their terrifying red eyes. The demon marshal, disciple, and Daiji charged forward after receiving the order from Lin Mo. Not a single demon was to be spared. As one wave of demons was killed off, another wave climbed up, sending them to their doom in a relentless tide like a swarm of cockroaches unable to die. A bloated zombie demon let out a reverberating roar. It charged forward, slamming into the wall of the citadel, while the other demons waited in anticipation. Ashu tensed up at the overwhelming onslaught. Lin Mo said, "This structure is about to collapse completely. We need to retreat." A loud explosion echoed, and a large section of the city wall was breached. The soldiers, in a state of panic, could only watch helplessly as the demon tide attacked, like hungry foxes that had fallen into a trap. With wide eyes, they growled and charged in waves. The terrified crowd trampled over each other in their desperate attempt to escape, screaming in panic. "The wall has been breached! Run!" Lin Mo urged as he turned to the rear. "Grandpa, hurry up! The demon tide is right behind us." "Our legs can't keep up. Actually, we can't run anymore. You go ahead. We're old, about to die. If we can help the young ones of Demon Ceiling Country escape, We'll be grateful enough, the elderly man said. Hearing this, Lin Mo silently vowed not to let the people of Demon Ceiling perish here. He resolutely proposed, "Ashu, you take the elderly and get them out first. I'll catch up behind." Ashu was reluctant to respond. "Don't say such things. If we're going, we'll go together." Lin Mo shouted sternly, "Trust me, go ahead." Ashu hesitated at Lin Mo's words. He approached the demon tide with his sword and commanded, "Don't hesitate, go now." Ashu assessed the situation and agreed. "All right, I'll take them first and then come back to help you." Lin Mo summoned his necromancer spell, calling forth the undead guardians. The guardians opened their mouths, and hundreds of small demons surged out, their glowing green eyes darting through the air at breakneck speed. They gradually grew larger and then tumbled forward, charging at the ferocious demon tide. The little demons intermingled, forming a shield to block this wave of attack. But the numbers on both sides were too overwhelming. One of the massive demon tide creatures swung down with a colossal hammer. The destructive force knocked all the little demons aside. The necromancer's kid spoke up threateningly, "Don't try to stop me." From afar there was a loud sound that made him glance over, his attention drawn. "Kill Lin Mo!" Leaping into the air, he thrust his sword forward. A sharp soul-sealing slash cut through the upper body of the undead demon without hesitation. At the northern outskirts of the city wall of Ling Ling, a voice shouted urgently, "Hurry! Hurry up! Go close the gates and activate the defensive formation." A female student with a hairpin on her head frowned in protest. "We can't close the gates. There's a group of people coming from afar." The man seemed to disagree strongly. "Those people are just the lowly commoners of Demon Ceiling. Let them die. They're not worth the risk." Hearing this, the girl could no longer hold back and bluntly retorted, "They are people too." Without hesitation, the man dragged the group of students toward the gate, lecturing them as they walked. "Hurry up, those commoners. Even if we save them now, they'll never escape death in the end." Ashu and the others halted, waiting for a long time, but the gates never opened. Ashu, uneasy, shouted from this side, "Open the gates!" He remained stubbornly firm in his refusal. "I can't open them. If the demon tide breaks through the gates, it would be a disaster." The group behind him quietly murmured among themselves, "If we don't let them in, won't those from Demon Ceiling just die? Clearly it's possible, and there are still many children down there." Ashu disputed, saying that it would be enough to just open one door. Inside the city, there were formations and about 100 or 200 soldiers, which should be able to stop the demon tide. The reply was coldly dismissive. "No, it cannot be done." His face darkened, and he provocatively said, "Or perhaps you could fantasize that Lin Mo could destroy the demon tide, that there's a big figure behind Lin Mo. This time, they will take action, and when that happens, the army will be mobilized to capture them, and not a single one will escape." Ashu could only swallow his anger in response to such shameless provocation. He turned his back to the others, silently cursing the selfish bastard. Lin Mo focused intensely, killing one demon tide after another, encouraged by Ashu's words, "Lin Mo, you must push through." On Lin Mo's side, his army encountered countless problems due to the enemy's overwhelming numbers. The chainsaw demon was tightly bound by the mud demon and couldn't break free. Over here, Brahmic Chant played his instrument, continuously unleashing his ultimate moves, sending out threads to entangle the mud demon, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the chainsaw demon struck, splitting the mud demon in two. At that moment, Demon Diva was grabbed by another demon tide, lifted off the ground by her collar, and executed a strike. The tragic demon clutched its chest, gasping for breath, causing her brother to become extremely anxious. The demon martial disciple shouted, "Junior sister!" Before she could defend herself, countless ghost demons appeared from behind, rushing at her like starving beasts. They swarmed her, gnawing at her, causing her to scream in agony. This scene was creating an advantage for the demon tide. She sneered, glancing over. Then, without hesitation, she charged forward, delivering a powerful kick and threatening, "Go to hell!" Before she could regain her composure, Demon Diver Shattered Soul, a single slash cut through, sending the demon on a 1,000-year pilgrimage to never return. It was Lin Mo's sword, the soul-sealing slash, sending the demon Tide back a few steps. "The demon is grateful, thank you," the demon said. "Wait until all the demon's sealing forces enter the city, then we'll retreat immediately," Lin Mo ordered. Upon receiving the order, they all responded in unison. "Understood." At the sturdy city wall, a girl held up her phone to record. "Everyone, look! It's the guy who disguised as a girl at the pool. He's risking his life to hold back the demon tide to save the people of Demon Sealing, and he's not even thinking of retreating." The view count reached 200,000, and she was pleased with herself. "My fan count has surpassed 1 million. I've earned so much this time." Comments flooded in from all over. "Go for it! Blocking so many demons alone, he's the real demon here. But why hasn't the Safety Bureau opened the gates? Kid, this guy dares to face the demon tide alone. What's there for them to be scared of? They said it's a demon. The Safety Bureau is running faster than I am." "Exactly. Demons should still go to the schools and military. Hope this kid can hold on and slap the Safety Bureau in the face." "Don't dream. With the demon tide so thick, there's no way they can hold for even 10 minutes. From afar, Lin Mo's gaze was sharp and clear. She observed silently. A petty scoundrel, yet now he was courageously risking his life for these suffering people. A Shu holding a sword weaved through the corpses and sprinted quickly towards Lin Mo. He urgently reported to Lin Mo, "The Deep Dragon isn't opening the city gates. What should we do now?" He looked at him, asking again as if he couldn't believe it, "What? Using a sword as a support?" He exhaled deeply, made a gesture, his voice somewhat resigned. "There's no way forward now. We can only hold out and die here." Lin Mo gave a swift order. Tang's corpse responded immediately, encircling the demon sealing people in a protective ring, while the wails and screams of the demons echoed. At this point, he gritted his teeth in anger and said, "As for the debt you owe, I will make you pay it back 100-fold the day after tomorrow." He stood on the city walls, satisfied with his own calculations. His life was spared, and there were still people continually protecting him. Yang exhaled deeply. Lin Mo charged forward, and wherever he went, the demon tide collapsed with them. The common people were sheltered behind the demon's sealing shield, their safety ensured by his determined efforts. "Look, the figure of this kid killing demons to protect us looks just like the prince when he was still alive." An old man squinted his eyes and said, "That's right. When I saw him, I really thought the prince had been resurrected. A stranger, yet he was able to do this for the people of Demon Sealing. How deeply moving." The little child beside him tugged at his sleeve, eyes wide, and said, "Grandpa, let's sing the national anthem of Demon Sealing to cheer him on." "All right, that's a great idea." They held hands in unity and began to sing the first verse. "Wake up, people of Demon Sealing, from the deep sleep, as though dead, from the brutal, savage oppression. Rise and build a new life." Now the singing voice echoed far and wide, catching Lin Mo's attention. The song stirred the hearts of everyone who heard it. The singing voice echoed endlessly. "In this life, no matter how cruel the enemy may be, they will eventually be subdued. Right now, let us prove to the world that the blood of Demon Sealing still runs through our veins." Standing on this side, he gritted his teeth and pondered, "If the demonic contract of the Demon Sealing clansmen isn't invalidated, it will definitely pose a huge threat to the Zhou nation." The sound of singing resonated, causing the Demon Tide army to quickly rally and surge forward in greater numbers. "A Shuquiet." He wiped the blood off his lips, his face hardening in shock. "This is bad. The main force of the Demon Tide has arrived." They bared their fangs, their eyes bloodshot and menacing, launching an attack. The next wave of the Demon Tide had over 1,000 evil spirits. Lin Mo just realized the situation and hurriedly pulled out his phone to call for reinforcements. "Looks like I have to call someone." His message was sent. "Sister, hurry and come save me. I'm about to lose my life here. I'm having a late-night snack right now, but after I finish, I'll come over. Hurry up and eat quickly. If you delay any longer, you'll be coming to collect my body." Finishing the last line, 3 demon-tide creatures were glaring at him. Yuan Qing, eating while watching the live stream of her younger brother's battle, commented, "Where can you find such good combat training conditions?" Lin Mo leapt up as the desert demons spewed out countless sands. He quickly retreated and shouted loudly, "Chainsaw Demon, come here!" The Chainsaw Demon wielded a giant cleaver, running in chaos. He soared through the air, preparing to bring down a slash on the desert demon. With a brutal force, the cleaver split open the head of the desert demon, blood spraying everywhere. It screamed in agony, and its body melted into a gooey puddle of slime, shocking the nearby desert demon. From a distance, a demonic figure flicked several firecrackers toward him. Suddenly, he noticed it and quickly dodged the firecrackers, flying toward the demon, causing it to flinch. The firecrackers were triggered, exploding into a large burst, and the demon lost its life in the blast. Behind him, a shoe was thrown back, groaning in pain. Lin Mo rushed over to catch him, whispering, "Lin Mo can't hold on. I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this." The demon tide grew larger and larger, blocking their path with terrifying eyes. He found himself cornered, and as he realized his situation, a thought flashed. "My spiritual aura is nearly depleted. Could it be that we're going to die here today?" The girl, in a panic, raised her hand to summon help. "No, I can't just watch Lin Mo die," she said, but he quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. She was shocked by his action and called out, "Father!" He showed a ruthless expression, baring his teeth at her. "What are you thinking? Lin Mo might try to save the commoners of demon sealing, which means he's a remnant of demon sealing." She clenched her hand, trying to explain, "But he's saving people too." His face darkened, and he glared at her, grinding his words out. "Those are the people of demon sealing, not citizens of Zhou. If you go to save them, and these demons rise again to kill the people of our country tomorrow, you will be the traitor to Zhou." Shaking, she hesitantly managed to respond with a few words. Suddenly, the voice of a young man rang out, clear and resolute. "You hesitate to save lives? Ridiculous." As he spoke, he drew a knife and leapt down. "Mocking the safety, if you won't save them, I will." They immediately shouted, "Oh my God, this guy is crazy. He'll die if he jumps down. Isn't he just a barber? How can he be so bold?" Landing safely in a combat stance, the demons kept their eyes on him. Without hesitation, one of them swung its blade horizontally, clearing a path as swiftly as lightning, leaving a deep slash through the middle of the encircling demons, then quickly jumping out. His movements were extremely skillful, and he quickly appeared in front of Lin Mo and Ashu to protect them. He clenched his teeth, putting all his strength into driving his long sword deep into the ground, unleashing his ultimate move, the Heavenly Demon Slash. Around him, countless slashes appeared, breaking through the demon siege. He stood proudly in the aftermath of victory, causing Lin Mo and Ashu to exclaim in admiration. He turned his head and teased, "Xiao Ashu, your martial arts seem to have regressed." Lin Mo then asked, "Ashu, who is this?" "This is my third uncle," Ashu answered. "He's famous for his fast blade skills in the barbering world. He can shave a head in just 10 seconds. A 5th-level Demon Master Barber, he's unstoppable. In his prime, he could finish in just 7 seconds." Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Alai." "It's nothing, just stepping in when I see injustice," Alai replied. Alai then charged at the demons with his sword. "The evil spirits are here. Let me handle the lesser demons. You two take care of the rest." He once again acknowledged, "Ashu, your third uncle is really strong." "Of course, his barbering skills are extraordinary," Ashu replied. After hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel, his surprise mixed with disbelief. He hadn't realized that something was about to attack him from behind. A master barber with incredible skill, righteousness, and martial prowess, such a person was rare in this society. Fortunately, with his keen senses and agile body, he quickly turned and used his sword to block the attack from that thing immediately. But that thing was a bit smarter than him, quickly wrapping its body around the sword, preventing Lin Mo from either attacking or pulling his sword out. In such a precarious situation, it successfully used its remaining tentacles to bind Lin Mo tightly. The spiritual aura of the silk fabric had depleted, and even the basic power of the demon sword could no longer be exerted. The hanging dead demons, using their tongues as weapons, attacked. Lin Mo felt strangely pleased by this. They mocked him, as though challenging him to escape. Their tongues tightened around Lin Mo's neck more and more, making it hard for him to breathe normally. His face turned purple. In that critical moment, someone shot arrows at the demons, severing their tongues and causing them to fall, unable to harm him any longer. Finally, he was released and able to breathe again. With a pale face, Lin Mo removed the demon's tongue from around his neck, coughing violently as he looked around to see who had helped. Someone had indeed come to his aid. It turned out that everyone had joined forces, forming a united front to support him. "Big brother, we're here to help you." The person awkwardly scratched his head, giving a sheepish smile as he hoped Lin Mo would understand. "I'm really sorry. My abilities are limited. I can only help with long-range shots." But of course, Lin Mo didn't care about such trivial matters. He immediately turned, clasped his hands together in gratitude, and reassured them. "I'm truly grateful for your help. I really appreciate it." La Cheng immediately turned and shouted to everyone, "Demon Masters, listen up! As men, you should support me from a distance. Any favor, just put it on my head, La Cheng." Naturally, the others agreed and began to lend their strength. Those with skills used them, those with weapons wielded them, and those capable of summoning joined in as well. In no time, the situation on the battlefield below began to shift. Many of the demon positions that had been gathering suddenly exploded, their remains scattered everywhere. Lin Mo below could not hold on much longer. He had to use his sword to block against Yo, preventing it from attacking him. During this time, a number of demons suddenly appeared around him, ready to rush forward and strike. Despite the help from Uncle 3 of Ashu and La Cheng's group, the demons were still overwhelming. Fortunately, at that moment, Mu Yuanqing arrived in time and began to fend off the demons around Lin Mo. "Sorry, younger brother, I'm late," she said. Lin Mo was overjoyed upon seeing Yuanqing, to the point where he couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally, sister, you've arrived! With 2 level 5 demon masters here, there's no problem in fighting against this demon tide anymore." Her subordinates obeyed her commands without hesitation. They quickly jumped down from above and began attacking the other demons. Seeing that her side was under control, Yuanqing knew that as long as she kept things in check, everything would be fine. She smiled and turned to Lin Mo, instructing him, "You and Aishu rest for now. Take it easy, I'll handle the rest." Hearing this, Lin Mo was naturally thrilled and couldn't help but smile. He turned around and waved as he walked away. "Thanks, sister. We'll be back after a while." He turned to look at his comrade and sighed with him. The two of them, while helping each other to walk, said, "Fortunately, this time we have you and your third uncle. Good brothers, just seeing the injustice was enough." As the two of them walked, Li Yue immediately hugged a bunch of bottles joyfully and cheered for a while before running over to give them to both of them. "Look, everyone, the two brothers are back!" She hugged a bunch of water bottles tightly and ran, ignoring her older brother's attempts to stop her. "I'm going to give them water." "Little sister." Li Yue skipped over to Lin Mo and Ashu and handed all the bottles she had to them. "Thank you, brother. Without you, the people of Demon Ceiling would have no one left to survive. Please, have some water." Seeing this, Lin Mo sat down and patted Li Yue's head in thanks. Meanwhile, Ashu just chugged the water down quickly. "Thank you, little one. What's your name?" Li Yue cheerfully introduced herself and her brother to Lin Mo. "My name is Ling Gu Li Yue. This is my brother, Ling Gu Li Feng." Ashu, drinking his water beside them, listened to their conversation and was a bit puzzled. The Linggu clan in Nanluan Demon Ceiling is known for their skill in controlling water demons. I never imagined they'd end up in such a plight. Li Feng, hearing this, furrowed his brow, clenched his fist, and spoke out loudly, declaring his purpose. "It doesn't matter. I will definitely restore the town." Li Feng, feeling somewhat hesitant, then asked Lin Mo, "Fortunately, you're an optimistic person and know how to offer comfort. Kid, do you think I could become as strong as you?" "Of course, even stronger than me." Faced with the kid's overthinking, Lin Mo Tan immediately blamed himself. "I'm sorry for thinking you were a spy from Province Nation this morning. It's fine." At that moment, a loud and strange sound came from the other side, drawing Ashu and Lin Mo's attention. When they looked, they saw a vast number of demons rising like a tidal wave toward them, with even more in the rear. "This is bad. More powerful demons are coming." Lin Mo and Ashu immediately took fighting stances. He hurriedly instructed the children on what to do. "Stay inside the corpse circle. Leave the water there for now. I'll drink it later. You two, be careful." As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, the two brothers ran off to close the door and protect themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Ashu continued to charge toward the demons, battling and slaying them one by one. "That's enough rest. Let's continue." Before long, they were charging straight into the blood-soaked, chaotic whirlwind below. They looked as if they had no fear at all. But as they got closer, they discovered that at the center of the storm was an incredibly tall figure. As Ashu and Lin Mo approached and stopped, the cyclone gradually dispersed, revealing the demon within, causing both of them to freeze for about 5 seconds. Neither of them had expected that the creature at the center of the storm was a demon with greenish-purple skin, as if someone had mixed paint badly. Its face looked like a flag, and its waist had a collar resembling a more crude version of Satan's. Ashu and Yuan Qing, upon clearly seeing the demon, were so stunned that they blurted out, "The third of the demon realm, Nan Shan, the one who sells the Demon King." Everyone knows what the appearance of this demon signifies. If the half-demon king leads the demon tide to launch a full-scale attack on Lingling City, then even with formations and defense teams, it might still not be enough to stop them. We must quickly inform the military for reinforcements. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of citizens will be doomed. Of course, among them, there are some who are not afraid, but find the situation quite interesting. The half-demon king has appeared, and the one behind the remnant wind demon will probably not sit idly by any longer. As soon as we wait for the army's experts and the mercenary demon masters to arrive, we'll be able to capture them all in one fell swoop. As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of countless footsteps echoed. The closer they got, the louder and clearer it became. Wherever they went, the nearby demons would be hit full force, and then quickly fly up into the air, writhing in pain. No demon could block their path. Naturally, seeing our forces so impressive, who wouldn't be happy and proud? The person smiled smugly, eager to watch the upcoming battle. It had appeared. Right next to the fierce Liet Thi demon, countless people wearing black cloaks rushed in, seemingly intending to surround it. The demon cautiously focused its gaze on the crowd. Though they all had similar appearances, clothing, and physiques, it could still tell that within their ranks were demon masters of 5th, 6th, and 7th importance. Liet Thi demon was so angry it glared, of course, refusing to let our forces focus on wiping out its minions. It immediately threw its head back and let out a furious roar, then unleashed its defense skills, sending them charging toward the humans with the technique 1,000 faces, 10,000 generals. While it attacked so suddenly, the demon masters immediately noticed it. Of course, they wouldn't stand idly by and let the corpse be captured by the zombified. They immediately summoned the demons they had at their disposal to fight the zombie, such as the White Bone Demon, the Centipede Demon, and the Misfortune Demon. The demons that were summoned all rushed towards the zombie without any coordination, using their strength to form a shield and block the massive group from advancing. The White Bone Demon even used its own bone-shifting technique to blow out a mist of white bones. The Centipede Demon grinned maliciously, then also used its 100-leg binding technique, causing its legs to stretch and attack the zombie. The legs of the Centipede Demon turned into chains, binding the zombie's hands, feet, and neck, the Centipede Demon said, ignoring the zombie's panicked screams. What? Under the feet of the centipede demon, the zombie looks like a doll, as if it's been hit and broken a few times before it's let go. The misfortune demon naturally had its role to play as well. It leapt into the air, rushing toward the zombie, taking the opportunity to strike before it regained its senses. Final blow! The misfortune demon shouted. The misfortune. Demon finished speaking the name of its ultimate technique, destruction. The demon froze in fear, its pupils constricting. Despite being a demon, it was sweating, its fear evident. Then, boom! A Chinese character for destruction landed directly on the zombie, pinning it to the ground, unable to stand or dodge. Then the demon exploded into pieces. The scene was so bloody, it wasn't suitable for children to watch, so let's just say there were pools of blood to imply the gruesome aftermath. Lin Mo watched the group of demon masters handle the high-level demon in just a few moves, his eyes wide in astonishment. Even the Demon King was killed by these people in just a few moves. Who on earth were they? Ding Tun carefully observed the direction the group was heading towards, and he was completely shocked. This wasn't good. Their target was the common people of Feng. Lin Mo immediately leapt down and rushed towards the group in black. He shouted loudly to grab their attention and ordered them to stop. What are you planning to do? Lin Mo quickly circled around to the front of the black-clad group, blocking their path so they couldn't proceed. They had no choice but to stand still and stare at him. The leader of the group didn't waste any time and spoke directly, his expression serious as he looked at Lin Mo, almost as if he found him a nuisance. Hand over the demon-sealing civilians to us. Of course, Lin Mo wasn't about to agree. He stood firm and motionless, his expression even more serious than theirs. No. Seeing this, the other party simply considered Lin Mo stubborn and unyielding. You can't handle these refugees. By tomorrow, they'll still be nothing but pests. Give them to us. Not only can they live as humans, but they will also gain freedom. The more Lin Mo listened, the angrier he became. He raised his voice in protest. Who suddenly barges in and demands people like that? Why should I trust you? At that moment, someone from the group of black cloaks stepped forward, and Lin Mo was taken aback, not knowing who it was. As the person stood before him, they pulled down their hood to reveal their face. The person frowned and immediately said, Lin Mo, it's me. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Lin Mo still couldn't fully believe it. Wasn't this Zhuang Han, An Ran's subordinate? Hadn't he been rescued by the old woman from the safety bureau before? He hadn't even reached the second level of Demon Master before. Why did it now feel like he was already at the fourth level of Demon Master? Zhuang Han looked very rushed, so he completely had no time to interact or explain anything to Lin Mo. I don't have time to explain much. Just trust us. It's not wrong. Lin Mo remained silent, thinking it through carefully. He didn't see any malice in their willingness to negotiate with him. Moreover, these people in black were likely connected to Lin Mo's father. If they truly wanted to save the demon-sealing people, he paused and weighed the pros and cons. After all, if these people were really willing to help, that would be great, and he couldn't be responsible for everyone's safety. Please, make sure to take good care of them. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the group of the Deep Dragon appeared from high above. It seemed they had been watching the entire process and began to laugh loudly. Just as Lin Mo finished speaking, the Deep Dragon gave a sinister smile, looking even more terrifying than a ghost. Long Da is cruel. Serpents are far behind. You remnant wind demons. This time, you won't escape. The leader of the group, wearing a black cloak, heard this and asked in confusion, Have you all thought this through? If you go against the alliance of religions, they will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The Deep Dragon, still arrogant and defiant, shouted loudly, while the subordinates beside him began to flee. Alliance of religions? With so many of us, are we supposed to be afraid of just a few people? Charge! Upon noticing that his subordinates had all run away, the Deep Dragon turned to scold them. Where do you think you're going? What are you afraid of? I'm with the Alliance of Religions. I'm not doing this anymore. The deep dragon could only furiously watch them flee, helpless to do anything. You bastards dared to run away. Well, then you'd better pay up for the contract termination. Don't even think about getting away without paying. Pay the damn compensation if you want, but it's better than dying. Bastards! The deep dragon immediately turned to look at the remaining subordinates. Everyone heard clearly. We no longer place any hope in the mercenaries. Right now, only you are left. Earn your merit by killing the remnant wind demon. This is a military order. Understood. Those people immediately leapt into the air and charged toward the demon-sealing citizens, which was also the position of the Alliance of Religions. They slaughtered them all and charged forward. Seeing the enemy approaching, the Alliance of Religions immediately assumed an offensive stance. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was stuck in between the three sides of the summoning. At this sight, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. It was his turn to hunt. Lin Mo immediately raised his sword high and charged toward the demons ahead of him. Alliance of Religions, charge! Soldiers of Province Nation, I'm here to help! He then thrust his sword into one of the demons who was blocking the way of a man, making no unnecessary movements. The demon felt humiliated but couldn't speak. This is my contracted demon. Sorry, I have poor eyesight, so I mistook it. Congratulations, host, you've received 40 break-the-room points. The green-eyed demon is a traitor, right? Of course, Lin Mo didn't admit to it. He began to play dumb and tried to cover for himself. No way, it's just that the fight was so chaotic that I couldn't tell who was who. The deep dragon above immediately pointed down and shouted loudly, Lin Mo, you are indeed a remnant of demon sealing. You are a traitor to the country. It's a grave misunderstanding. It's just that I'm too reckless and couldn't control the demon's soul, which led to this confusion. Lin Mo immediately pointed at the electric chainsaw demon and the demon martial disciple. If you don't believe me, let me make up for what happened earlier. Electric chainsaw demon, demon martial disciple, quickly go reinforce the soldiers of Province Nation. Upon hearing the order, the two demons immediately shouted loudly and prepared for battle. They quickly rushed toward the battlefield. However, the demon martial disciple accidentally blocked the way, causing the electric chainsaw demon to trip and lose its balance. At that moment, the electric chainsaw demon was holding a chainsaw raised high, and instead of reinforcing, it accidentally slashed its own teammate. The enemy hasn't lost any soldiers, but all of ours are dead. The man was furious, pointing directly at Lin Mo, completely unaware that a demon was opening its mouth behind him, waiting to bite him. Damn it! The red demon immediately swallowed nearly half of the man's body into its mouth. As the man struggled, Lin Mo laughed gleefully. Sorry, just a slip of the hand. By the time Lin Mo controlled a few other demons, the situation was the same. It was unclear if any of the enemy had died, but all of his side was wiped out. Oh no, he was controlling the wrong skill again. The system kept announcing points for Lin Mo, while the others were fuming with rage. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 points for Break the Room. It wasn't until 15 minutes later, when only a few members of the Alliance of Religions remained on the battlefield, along with the corpses of some soldiers from Deep Dragon's army, that Lin Mo continued his performance. He pretended to say, "Aha, you're dead now," and then swung a fist toward them. Anyone who touches my Province Nation soldiers, I'll fight you to the death. The leader of the Alliance of Religions also raised his hand, ready to receive the thunderous punch from Lin Mo, even though it wouldn't cause any damage. It seemed he didn't know his limits. In the end, when the two faced each other, one pretended to launch an attack, while the other acted as if they had just been hit. One threw the punch, the other took it, and it was too much. The demons behind them, seeing that Lin Mo didn't strike at all, but suddenly collapsed as if it were normal, were confused. I'm done for! While the demons were still bewildered, and Ho Quin Huang had no idea what was going on, Lin Mo, lying on the ground, suddenly winked at them, causing them to immediately understand. Each demon started pretending to be weak, exhausted, paralyzed in all sorts of ways. They basically struck poses as if they were about to die any moment, as if they too were done for. Lin Mo, lying on the ground, watched the performance of his subordinates and, feeling extremely satisfied, gave a thumbs up in praise. The plan succeeded. Now the Alliance of Religions can finally talk to the people of Demon Ceiling. We're here to save you all from the province nation. There's currently a demon tide shielding us, and this is the perfect time to retreat. If we stay any longer, it'll be too late. Please, trust us. If not, who are you? Upon hearing this, the other side anticipated that no one would believe them, so Lin Mo immediately took something from his pocket to show everyone. I'm sure this will make you trust us. Unexpectedly, when he pulled out the piece of black cloth, what the other side held up to show the Demon Ceiling people was the genuine seal. Many from the Kingdom of Demon Ceiling recognized it instantly, and as soon as they saw it, their eyes widened in shock. It was the seal of the Kingdom of Demon Ceiling. While the two sides were talking to each other, Lin Mo still pretended to be severely injured and lay on the ground. Can the demon nurturing corpse retrieve your zombies? Yes. After receiving the order, the demon nurturing corpse immediately recalled all of his zombies in the blink of an eye. Quick and efficient, the members of the Kingdom of Demon Ceiling only agreed after seeing the seal. In any case, staying in the province nation would lead to death, so it was better to trust them. The benefactor had withdrawn the protective seal on the zombies to show his attitude, so they decided to follow them. After successfully convincing them, the commander of the Alliance of Religions immediately gave orders to the others in the church. Clear the way. The Deep Dragon, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, was furious, but could only stand at a high vantage point, shouting down to everyone, "Those refugees want to escape over here!" Once Yuan Qing received the message from Lin Mo, she immediately reported it to Shu, not paying attention to what was behind her. "Sister, please help the people of Demon Ceiling escape," Shu told Lin Mo. The demon unexpectedly swiped its claws, launching a surprise attack from behind, leaving Yuan Qing stunned, unable to dodge or block in time. At that critical moment, Alai immediately rushed over and severed the demon's arm, successfully protecting Yuan Qing. "Be careful!" In the emergency, Alai extended his hand to support Yuan Qing's waist, preventing her from falling. His movement was graceful and precise. He had successfully knocked the demon 2 meters away, allowing Yuan Qing to steady herself. Alai also checked on her. "Are you all right?" The pregnant demon, a high-ranking figure from the demon realm Nanshan, was sent flying far away. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, he immediately called for a retreat. "Brothers, we've suffered heavy losses. We can't continue the attack." Looking at the demons who had been so eager to charge forward earlier, but now seemed to be retreating like turtles, Alai couldn't help but mock them. "They're retreating now. I guess it's not a big deal." Alai was so focused on watching them flee that he forgot he was still holding up Yuan Qing's body, and he was even leaning in quite close to her. She, feeling embarrassed, spoke up first. Thank you for saving me." Realizing he had been so close to her ever since the rescue, Alai waited for her to speak before realizing the situation, so he awkwardly stood up, his face turning red with embarrassment. It's nothing. Just a small thing." At that moment, Shu, standing nearby, whispered teasingly to Alai, making him even more embarrassed. "If I'm not mistaken, uncle, aren't you still single?" "What are you talking about, kid? Are you concerned about my marital affairs?" "Not at all." Alai knocked him on the head, making Shu obedient for once. "You guys have traveled north and south. Haven't you found a girl you like yet?" "As for that, there's no rush, no rush. Everyone's happy, but the Deep Dragon isn't." The Deep Dragon was so furious that it scratched the ground, trembling violently and unable to stand up straight. It couldn't release its frustration either. Grinding its teeth in rage, the Deep Dragon saw the situation getting worse and worse for itself, with no more soldiers left to send out to die in its place. Since the demon tide had retreated, the team could also march out. Fortunately, there are still a few of my subordinates left alive. The Deep Dragon immediately ordered those people to surround and capture Lin Mo. Lin Mo has colluded with the Alliance of Religions. Capture him for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo, who had been pretending to be severely injured, was so enraged that he had to sit up despite his act. On the contrary, the Deep Dragon cursed him from top to bottom. "Alliance of Religions, what nonsense is that? The meal my mother made earlier, I was attacked by a man in a black cloak too." Of course, the Deep Dragon paid no attention to what he said, and focused solely on using Lin Mo as a punching bag to vent his anger. "I don't care. Bring him back for questioning." Such an injustice. Such an injustice. Even though Lin Mo had been captured, he still wore a defiant expression, not forgetting to shout loudly at Yuan Qing, "Sister, go call the master. Tell him that younger brother was taken by a demon, and don't forget to collect the demon pearls scattered on the ground." "Shut up!" Without hesitation, they immediately escorted Lin Mo to the vehicle, blocking Ashu and Yuan Qing from approaching. While being captured, Lin Mo remained calm and said, "I haven't betrayed the province nation. The incident where I injured soldiers was simply an accident. As long as I keep my mouth shut, the Safety Bureau can't do anything to me." Naturally, the others couldn't stand it, and kept shouting in protest against the Deep Dragon's decision while chasing after them. "What has Lin Mo done wrong? You can't just arrest him like this. Let him go." The more they spoke, the angrier they got, almost wanting to rush and attack the Deep Dragon right then and there. Students get arrested for saving people, while soldiers do nothing and get promoted. It's so unfair. Of course, the Deep Dragon isn't afraid of them at all. He even drove closer to their position, as if challenging them, inviting them with a taunt. "Come at me if you dare." Now, the Deep Dragon is angry because the plan has fallen apart. He turns around and curses at them to vent his frustration. "Let me see who dares to interfere with the Safety Department's execution." Shui Feng walks over and pulls La Cheng's hand, advising him, "Brother Cheng, calm down. Confronting them directly won't be good for us." But if we just ignore it, what happens? Indeed, they had no other choice but to watch as the Safety Department's car carried Lin Mo to the execution site. There was no way this was going to end well. Everyone began brainstorming ways to help Lin Mo. They called on people to find the media and expose them, to put pressure on the Safety Department through public opinion. It seemed that the Safety Department wasn't exactly idle at that moment. They were quickly scattering in all directions to gather materials for their plan and to update the status of the campaign. Everyone was busy, rushing around, shouting out to each other. The western front of Nanshan had also been breached. The demon tide had already reached Mingjiang. Just at that moment, footsteps could be heard from outside. Judging by the sound, it seemed like the Deep Dragon had brought Lin Mo to the location. Sure enough, a few of the Deep Dragon's soldiers escorted Lin Mo right here. "Ah, so lively at the Safety Department. Am I at a banquet or something?" As soon as everyone saw Lin Mo, they stopped whatever they were doing. They froze, staring at him with eyes full of intent. "Congratulations, host. You've earned 10 points for breaking the room." The Deep Dragon did not let him tease any longer and pushed Lin Mo into another room, silencing him. "You'll soon learn what's coming, kid." Lin Mo looked at the interrogation room in front of him and smiled smugly. He wasn't the least bit worried about what he was about to face. "Oh, really?" As soon as he stepped inside and was locked into the interrogation room, he was repeatedly asked basic information by the Safety Bureau staff. Name, gender, place of residence, family members. His hands were cuffed and he was forced to place both hands on the table. They asked him question after question without giving him any time to answer. Confess everything honestly. Lin Mo glanced at the handcuffs around his wrists and, with a hint of boredom, told Lam, "Male, Cancun Province, Sashan Village." When it came to the question about his family, Lin Mo's expression darkened, but the smug, self-satisfied smile never left his face. "I have a father, a mother, and a younger sister who come from a long line of poor peasants." As soon as these words were spoken, the Deep Dragon slammed the table and stood up immediately. It was clear that he didn't believe anything Lin Mo had just said. The Deep Dragon gritted his teeth, furrowed his brows, and looked at Lin Mo as if he was staring at a con artist. A peasant fooling people, huh? What does the Safety Bureau's investigation say? The subordinate beside him honestly repeated the report. It matches our previous investigation, sir. Father is Lin Jiang, born in 3067 from Kankun Province, Sashan Village. Mother is An Shuang, born in 3063 from Kankun, Maping Village. In 3081, they were introduced by matchmaker Wang and later married. The following year, they had a son, Lin Mo. The more his subordinates spoke, the more nervous they became, sweating profusely. He stared intently at the deep dragon, whose face was twisted in anger. We've also investigated matchmaker Wang, they continued, and she confirmed that she has known Lin Mo since he was a child. The deep dragon listened to the investigation report, verifying Lin Mo's identity, and his fury grew even stronger. Despite his disbelief, the report had been written down, and it didn't make sense. How could it be like this? Damn it! Lin Mo, on the other hand, stared back at the deep dragon, who was boxing himself into a corner, and silently wondered. The evidence was flawless. He had no idea how the old lady had done it. But no matter how hard to believe the evidence was, the deep dragon remained convinced that Lin Mo had assisted the opposing faction. Lin Mo, so what's this about you colluding with the Alliance of Religions? The deep dragon shouted. Lin Mo pouted and began to complain. What do you mean? I was beaten up by them too. Clearly, I have the same enemies as the security department, all focused on dealing with the Alliance of Religions. Of course, the deep dragon didn't believe him. He was furious and didn't know where to direct it, so he just glared at Lin Mo, speechless. Still not entirely convinced, the deep dragon shouted directly at Lin Mo's face, slamming his hand onto the table to make a loud noise, still pretending. This time, he didn't stay behind the desk to interrogate Lin Mo. Instead, he approached, grabbed Lin Mo by the collar, and threatened him. Looking down at Lin Mo from above, the deep dragon barked, "You deliberately injured many soldiers, and you're still playing the fool. You are clearly a remnant of demon sealing. Congratulations, host. You have earned 50 points for breaking the room." Of course, Lin Mo was too smart to admit anything. In fact, he wasn't even afraid, and he argued back at the man with his neck raised. "Don't slander good people. Where's your proof?" Hearing this made the deep dragon even angrier and more unsettled. The deep dragon immediately laid out his suspicions and the evidence he had. If you weren't colluding with demons, how could you have teamed up with those wild ghosts in the abandoned graveyard? And how could you have escaped the hands of the Demon King's subordinates in the demon realm Shanglan? The most important piece of evidence is that you visited Huaxi Hospital to see An Yan, one of the 12 mediums of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing. However, contrary to the deep dragon's expectation that Lin Mo would be frightened, Lin Mo tried his best to suppress a smile. He already looked down on the deep dragon. He smirked and then looked down. "I don't know if An Yan is a medium or not. All I know is she's your mistress." At this, the deep dragon was shocked, not expecting Lin Mo to know this. Of course, if this information got out, it would mean the end of his career. Lin Mo then teased, "I went to visit her to stick it to you, huh? Or do you want to accuse me of cheating now?" The more he spoke like this, the angrier the deep dragon became. Eventually, he couldn't hold back and grabbed Lin Mo, wanting to punch him. "Damn it!" "Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 points for breaking the room." Seeing that the man was about to throw a punch, Lin Mo continued to provoke the deep dragon a bit more. "Come on, are you planning to force a confession now?" Of course, he couldn't do that. With cameras everywhere, if it got out that he was beating up a student to extract a confession, it would be a disaster. So, the deep dragon just shoved Lin Mo back into his seat. But the deep dragon still didn't completely spare Lin Mo. He rolled up his sleeves and grinned wickedly. "Do you think you can talk your way out of this? Dream on." The deep dragon immediately touched the tattoo on his arm and summoned the demon bound to him by contract. "Summon Smoke Demon." The smoke demon instantly appeared, surrounding Lin Mo with its smoky tendrils. It looked at him and smiled, but once Lin Mo saw it, he could no longer smile. The smoke demon began to move closer to Lin Mo, exhaling smoke. "Hey, darling, let me show you a taste of my grudge. I only mentioned your affair, but does that really justify killing someone to silence them?" The others behind him nervously chimed in. "Director Gao, what you're doing goes against the rules. The grudge you're mentioning could cost his life. The things he said will keep them secret from your wife." Enraged, the deep dragon turned and shouted at the two of them. "This isn't about that. Are you going to just stand by and watch Remnant Wind demon wreak havoc on Province Nation?" At that moment, someone suddenly kicked open the door and barged in, causing everyone in the interrogation room to jump and glance toward the entrance. It turned out to be Zue Feng storming in angrily. "How dare you capture the disciple of our Gentian army's commander? Let him go, now!" The moment Lin Mo saw Zue Feng, he was so overjoyed that his face lit up with a radiant smile, even more delighted than if a financial savior had arrived. Tan Ming, the deputy commander of the military police, paled behind them. He urgently spoke to Zue Feng. "Commander, barging into the safety bureau like this and demanding someone's release is against the rules." As soon as Zue Feng heard this, he spoke sharply. "You don't even dare speak to me like that under your commander's rules, and yet you dare discuss rules with me?" Yes, sir." Tan Ming had no way to argue with Zue Feng, so he turned to ask the Deep Dragon. "Director Gao, how's the interrogation going?" "Give me a little more time. Of course, Lin Mo won't let this rare opportunity to escape slip away." La shouted loudly, "Master, save me! They want to use the mark of guilt to frame me!" Upon hearing this, Zue Feng became even more enraged, his face turning red. He pinched Tan Ming's ear while scolding, "What? You're still going along with the Imperial examination? I really have to teach you all a lesson on behalf of your commander. A misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. No one dares to use the mark of guilt to frame anyone." "Ah, of course. How could Zue Feng ever believe the nonsense they say?" Without any warning, he immediately reached for the smoke demon. As soon as Zue Feng extended his hand, he grabbed the smoke demon's throat, squeezing so hard that the demon's face turned purple and it couldn't escape. "What's this?" Cough, cough. The Deep Dragon was shocked by this scene. He hurriedly gave up on asking the smoke demon to help with the interrogation. The smoke demon returned to its place. Zue Feng coldly watched the smoke demon turn into smoke and return to the Deep Dragon. He hadn't killed the demon, which was already showing mercy. At that moment, Zue Feng turned to confront the Deep Dragon. "So, you wanted to frame my disciple, but without evidence, you intended to use the smoke demon to attack. I was only planning to scare you a little." Of course, the explanation that the Deep Dragon provided did not convince Zue Feng at all. On the contrary, it only made him even angrier. "Then let me scare you a little bit too." Tan Ming saw that Zue Feng was about to use his power and panicked. He immediately rushed over to advise both of them. "Please, sir, don't be angry. Gao Longchen, quickly release him." With no other choice, the Deep Dragon had to comply and unlock the handcuffs, releasing Lin Mo. If he didn't let him go, the entire security bureau would be buried along with him. As Lin Mo stepped out, he began tattling to Zue Feng. "Master, not only did I not commit any crime, but I also risked my life fighting against the demon tide to save workers for the province nation." Hearing this, the Deep Dragon became even more furious. He started throwing harsh words at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, don't get too carried away. Congratulations, the host has earned 40 points for breaking the room." Before Zue Feng had even left, the Deep Dragon had already scolded his disciple. Truly, his guts were as big as the sky, and in the end, he was still mocked by the other party. "Not satisfied? I understand now. Your disciple saved people, so the Security Bureau will issue a commendation and also reward him with 2 demon pearls as prizes." Zue Feng led Lin Mo out, and before they fully left, Lin Mo even stuck out his tongue and made a face at the Deep Dragon. "That's acceptable. Let's go, disciple." The Deep Dragon felt deeply unsatisfied. "Just let them go like that? What else can we do? If news of your fabricated accusations leaks, our careers will be over. As Tanming left, he didn't forget to criticize the Deep Dragon. From now on, if you want to arrest Lin Mo, you better have solid evidence. If not, don't even think about touching a single hair on him. Originally, there was nothing to ask. The Deep Dragon was already very angry. Now, not only was he humiliated by Lin Mo for exposing his affair, but he was also criticized by his superiors. Damn it! The shame of today I will definitely repay. The Deep Dragon hated Lin Mo so much that his eyes turned red. He immediately thought of the two people who were acquainted with Lin Mo. The one who knew Lin Mo's identity was also that woman, somewhere, perhaps at a tavern. After leaving the safety office, the two of them had gone out here to indulge in food and drink. Both raised their glasses and clinked them together. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude to Zui Feng. "Thank you for saving my life, master. Let me treat you." After clinking glasses, Lin Mo drank the entire glass in one go. Who knew whether it contained water or something else? The liquor was before Zui Feng. Seeing Lin Mo so carefree, Zui Feng sighed. "Although I saved you today, the fact that you saved the demon-sealing people is true, and the army will definitely continue targeting you. As soon as they make a move, one strike and you're dead." Lin Mo still appeared completely unbothered, as if he was not afraid at all. "Even if they target me, don't I still have you to protect me?" Zui Feng pointed out a simple truth. "I can't protect you every time. Plus, I have to leave for the north tomorrow." "Why are you going to the north?" Lin Mo asked. Zui Feng then told Lin Mo about the situation in the north. "The 4 northern countries have united to eliminate the heretic sect of your sister. This time, I'm afraid she will lose her head. Even though she betrayed the sect, she's still my disciple, and at the very least, I have to try to save her." Lin Mo's attitude remained quite casual, even somewhat careless. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately struck. Master is truly kind to his disciple. "It hurts." Zui Feng frowned and stared intently at Lin Mo. He leaned on his leg and then reminded him, "Stop wasting words. Now, you need to do 3 things. First, continue to grow stronger, no rest allowed." Then Zui Feng raised 2 fingers, stating the second point, almost as a question for Lin Mo. "Second, make a contract with a strong demon. You still have some contracts left, right?" Yes." After hearing this, Lin Mo asked for Zui Feng's opinion first. "Let's see what he wants me to make a contract with." "Master, which demon do you want me to contract with?" Zui Feng took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and mentioned the name of the demon he thought was powerful. Demon Prodigy. Zui Feng began to explain why he wanted Lin Mo to form a contract with Demon Prodigy. 2 days ago, the demon realm Shanglan was destroyed, and he was severely injured. Now, he's hiding in a tomb near our school. Lin Mo began to wonder because he really didn't quite understand. Contracting with Demon Prodigy? Isn't he a half-demon king? Not anymore. Recalling the techniques of Demon Prodigy, both of them were impressed. Demon Prodigy is quite special. His ultimate technique can create 4 physical clones. Zui Feng continued. That's also why Demon Prodigy is no longer a half-demon king. However, his clones were killed in battle, so his overall cultivation level has been weakened. This time, Lin Mo understood, so he spoke with great enthusiasm, like a student eager to answer a question. It also meant that the Demon Prodigy had probably fallen below the level of an evil spirit, or even lower. Zui Feng added more details to ensure Lin Mo understood the significance of this. The Demon Prodigy is incredibly useful. If you can form a contract with it, your strength will grow significantly. So Lin Mo had already heard about 2 things he needed to do, but the third was still unclear, so he asked further. "What about the third thing I need to do? You mentioned it was a bit complicated." Zui Feng, holding a cigarette, leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and continued to explain the remaining matter. "Keep an eye on your Jew sister. Don't let her research any forbidden spells after the master leaves." Lin Mo was shocked upon hearing this. standing frozen for several seconds. He widened his eyes and stared at Zuefeng. Forbidden? I didn't expect Mu Yuanqing, who seems harmless and not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, might actually be preparing to betray and leave the sect? After their conversation, Zhu Feng handed Lin Mo a ring. Take this. If you encounter something you can't solve, go to the demon abyss and find C sister of yours. At that point, Zhu Feng was already drunk. As he staggered along, scratching his stomach, he muttered, although she betrayed and left compared to others, she might still be considered obedient. If you go cry and beg her, she'll probably help you 3 out of 10 times. Lin Mo got up and followed Zuefeng, scratching his head as he repeated, 3 out of 10 is not bad. As night fell and the moon rose high, the crescent moon was quite bright tonight, though, of course, it didn't illuminate anything clearly except for the scenery below. Lin Mo gently opened the wooden door and pushed it inside. Then he whispered, "Is everyone asleep?" As Lin Mo climbed onto his bunk, he noticed a red bag and a piece of paper placed neatly on it. What is this? It turned out that these were the items that Ashu had gathered and stored in a bag for him to pick up when he returned. The paper had Ashu's name on it. Seeing that his roommate had collected these things for him, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Ashu really is sincere. He didn't miss a single demon pearl. Lin Mo climbed onto his bed and decided to immediately lie down on the pillow. After struggling through a long day, it was finally over. Time to sleep first. Now, outside, everything was peaceful, or at least it appeared so in the scene. The moonlight still illuminated the surroundings, helping everyone sleep soundly. Lin Mo sat on his bed. The room was now lit up, and he had already had a nap. He opened the bag full of demon pearls. Lin Mo immediately formed a hand seal with both hands. His body seemed to be enveloped in red flames, but in reality, it was the power emanating from the countless demon pearls, absorbing them to level up his skills. Along with it came a continuous stream of system notifications. Leveling up to Demon Martial Disciple, Early Stage Evil Spirit, successfully changing Skill 3 of Demon Martial Disciple, receiving the passive skill Der Rage, Rage Level 1. Every time you take a hit from an opponent, your rage points will increase by 5. Every 10 rage points increases critical hit chance by 3%. The maximum rage points can reach 100, giving a 60% chance of a critical hit. No spiritual aura consumption. Skill cooldown time is 1 second. After finishing this demon, the next demon will also be promoted. Demon Diva is promoted to the rank of Primary Evil Spirit, successfully upgrading Demon Diva's 3rd skill and acquiring the skill. Tram Bong Du Dung, Melody of Rising and Falling. Tram Bong Du Zung Level 1 hums a classic tune, restoring 10% health to the general and increasing combat speed and attack speed for a short period. Spiritual Aura consumes 70 with a skill cooldown time of 120 seconds. Lin Mo raised his hand, displaying his tattoo and pulling everything inside it, which represented the demon that had made a pact with him. Lin Mo looked at the result he had achieved and smiled. Strong skill. This time, the fighting power brimming with the Demon Martial Disciple's rage was even comparable to the Electric Saw Demon. With the healing skills and the attack speed boost from the Demon Diva, it was truly an epic level enhancement. Of course, Lin Mo had forgotten about one demon that had also contributed greatly to this endeavor. That demon said, "What about me? I helped you, and yet my remaining Tang's corpse count is less than 100. Those were corpses I had raised for hundreds of years." Before Lin Mo could speak, the Electric Saw Demon beside him warned the demon that had assisted him. "What's so great about a pile of rotting corpses? Keep acting tough, and I'll turn you into a pile of minced meat." The corpse-rearing demon wouldn't take that sitting down. Having lost Tang's corpse and now being denied basic compensation, he was being insulted too. He was itching for a fight. Naturally, the Electric Saw Demon wasn't scared of the corpse-rearing demon. It clenched its fists, cracking its knuckles. "I already gave you face. Let me show you how I'll knock you down to the ground." The two of them immediately started fighting, much to the cheers of the other demons. Meanwhile, the demon diva was busy nestling into the arms of the demon martial disciple. The demon diva said, "Fight, fight, go on, stop fighting, don't fight anymore." Lin Mo, feeling helpless, rubbed his forehead at the situation. Having so many good contract demons is great, but it's just so noisy. The two demons were fiercely fighting each other, but when it was Lin Mo's turn to intervene, all he had to do was use his bare hands to separate them. He didn't, though. Lin Mo stood right in between the two demons, then said his next plan. "Wait for a Shu to come back, and I'll borrow his knife to head to the desolate tomb." After resolving the pointless quarrel between the demons, Lin Mo sighed and sat down on a chair. He started scrolling through his phone to take a break. Lin Mo casually glanced at the two female demons he had contracted with, who were obediently reading their lessons. Still, they were good demon women, quiet, lovely, and even copying homework for him. While he was relaxing and scrolling through his phone, Lin Mo suddenly spotted something. He was so shocked he froze, staring at the screen. The latest news appeared on his phone. Military supplies from the Transport Safety Department had been completely stolen. The loss of demon pearls was estimated to be over 15 million. The stolen demon formation items weren't included in that estimate. The criminals were still under investigation. After reading the latest news, An Ran, resting his chin on his hand, fell into thought. An Ran really does what he says, but there are only 3 of them, so how exactly did they manage it? The others were awake by then. They came in from outside and spoke to Lin Mo. "Mr. Mo, you're finally awake. Is there no more class in the afternoon?" Hearing that, Lin Mo smirked proudly, picked up the stack of homework the demon girls had copied for him, and handed it to them. "Make sure you hand in the homework for me." Xiaoban, seeing this, felt a pang of jealousy, almost tearing up. "I'm so stupid. Why doesn't my demon servant have any hands? That means I won't have to struggle with copying notes anymore. Congratulations, my friend, for scoring 40 points of excitement." Lin Mo saw his friend looking so downcast, so he walked up, put his arm around Xiaoban, and began to joke. "Maybe you could train the trash bin demon to hold a pen and write. You really are a talent." Saying that, Lin Mo turned to Ashu and thanked him as well as Ashu's family. He even handed them 2 evil spirit demon pearls. "Ashu, thanks to you and your Uncle 3 this time." "No worries, brother. It's nothing." Of course, nothing is ever free, and no one is naturally kind without reason. Lin Mo smiled with a sly look and made his request to Ashu. "There's still one more thing." Lin Mo pointed to Ashu's weapon and immediately asked to borrow it. "Let me borrow your head-shaving knife for a bit." Later, when night fell, Lin Mo took Ashu's head-shaving knife and headed towards the back of the mountain. It was near the desolate tomb where the demon prodigy was hiding. Lin Mo noticed how quiet everything was, with no clues or signs to help him in the search. So, he summoned the corpse-rearing demon to help find any leads. As soon as the corpse-rearing demon was summoned near the desolate tomb, it laughed like it had struck gold. "Oh my God, you really didn't lie to me. There are corpses everywhere here." While Lin Mo was focusing on his surroundings, the corpse-rearing demon gleefully gathered up one corpse after another, as if it was searching for the love of its life. Before long, Lin Mo spotted some demon hiding behind a large mound of earth. And coincidentally, the demon hiding there also spotted him. In the brief moment when their eyes met, Lin Mo shouted loudly and quickly ran toward the spot, but the demon had already fled. "Stop!" But how could it escape from Lin Mo's sharp eyes, his cunning mind, and his long, swift legs? Lin Mo appeared right behind it, sending a chill down its spine. Then, Lin Mo grabbed the demon by the clothes, lifting it up as easily as one would lift a chicken, making it break out in cold sweat. "Bring all your companions here. Dig up all the corpses in this part of the desolate tomb for me." Okay. The demon was surprisingly obedient. After receiving Lin Mo's command, it summoned several other demons from the area, each one digging up a grave. The corpse-rearing demon watched the scene in awe. its mouth agape. The expression on the corpse-rearing demon's face was a mix of bewilderment and immense delight. It had completely forgotten the events of this morning, and no longer blamed Lin Mo for being unfair to it. A person who could summon so many demons, truly worthy of being the boss of the desolate tomb. How amazing! Piece of cake. Once the corpses were dug up from the ground, the demon Tang's corpse lined them up in a long row, smiling as it infused them with demonic energy. The demon martial disciple was also summoned by Lin Mo and then helped the corpse-rearing demon, speeding up the process of controlling the corpses. At that moment, the demonic energy released by the corpse-rearing demon spread like a vast net, enveloping all the bodies. Now it was just waiting for the order. Then, the corpse-rearing demon gazed at the scene in front of it and couldn't help but laugh. Just then, the system also announced, "Great! The loyalty of the corpse-rearing demon has increased by 30%, now at 45%. Lin Mo, standing at the back, witnessed the entire scene. He propped his head up on his hand and smiled wryly, thinking to himself, "This guy is no different from a chainsaw demon." At that very moment, for some unknown reason, a beautiful female demon suddenly approached Lin Mo, stretching out her arms to embrace him. It turned out that the demon was the woman in the red dress. Her appearance was so sudden that Lin Mo didn't have time to react. The female demon in red smiled and said, "Husband, you came but didn't even say a word to me." Without waiting for Lin Mo to respond, she ran her hand over his chin and gently turned his face to face hers. The female demon in red softly whispered, "You can't leave tonight. You must stay with me." Of course, Lin Mo refused. After all, putting aside everything else, he still had to sign a pact with the demon prodigy. He quickly declined, No, I have some urgent matters to take care of." The female demon in red wasn't willing to let him go, even pressing herself closer and pinning him against the tree. She teased, "What could be more important than me?" Lin Mo answered, "I heard the demon prodigy has arrived at Desolate Tomb." Upon hearing this, the female demon in red immediately understood the real reason Lin Mo had come here. She blew a breath into his ear and teased, "Yes, he's causing trouble at Desolate Tomb." But what she said next was a shocking piece of news that left Lin Mo stunned. The female demon in red chuckled softly and said, "I've personally defeated him. He's now locked up in Guzhe." Lin Mo suddenly changed his expression. He no longer resisted the female demon in red, and to her surprise, he even grabbed her hand, causing her face to flush red. His face lit up with excitement, and he immediately made his request, "Then take me to see him." The female demon in red responded, "As you wish, husband." The red-clad female demon followed Lin Mo's request and quickly led him to the dungeon inside Guzhe. The surroundings were pitch black, with only weak light and strange sounds. The demon prodigy, who was locked inside, was still angrily cursing at the red-clad female demon as if he never got tired of it. "Stinking woman! When my army gets here, I'll definitely burn this place of yours to the ground." While he was passionately cursing like that, the demon prodigy suddenly saw Lin Mo being brought here by the red-clad female demon. He even smiled and greeted him cheerfully. "Hey, demon prodigy, are you okay?" As soon as the demon prodigy saw Lin Mo, he immediately put on a stiff face, looking quite unhappy to see him. Lin Mo paid no mind and moved closer. "I heard that the demon realm Shanglan was destroyed by the Jiang province army. So where are your demon subordinates now?" "They're either dead or wounded. Most of them were killed on the spot. But the Jiang province army isn't that great either. I've already killed 4 of their 5th-rank demon masters myself." While demon prodigy was recounting the battle over there to Lin Mo, he suddenly froze, as though he had just realized something. His expression changed, and he became more alert, his tone now tinged with suspicion. "You're not from the provincial army, come to capture me, are you?" Lin Mo reassured him with calm words. "Of course not. The last time you spared my life in Shanglan City, so this time I came to save you." Demon prodigy scoffed. "You, a mere 2nd-rank demon master, think you can save me? Are you some kind of gatekeeper in the demon world?" Just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck. The female ghost in red was furious because the demon prodigy had dared to insult Lin Mo. The female ghost said, "Show some respect. If you ever belittle my husband again, I will kill you." Her words terrified him. The husband next to Lin Mo intervened, saying, "Stop, I haven't finished speaking yet." The demon prodigy was astonished by Lin Mo's identity. Who exactly was Lin Mo? The king of hell himself had written a letter to protect him, and he even had a beautiful female ghost as his wife. After thinking for a moment, he slumped down and asked, "So, how do you plan to save me?" Lin Mo spread his arms, touched his shoulder, and patted it a few times in comfort. "Cheer up. By becoming my contracted demon, the army will have no reason to capture you anymore. How about this deal?" The demon prodigy still maintained his dismissive attitude and flatly refused. I thought you had some clever solution. I am a demon lord. How could I become a contracted demon for a mere child? I would rather die than do that." Lin Mo shrugged and turned to mock him. "Ha ha! What kind of demon lord are you? The demon realm is so vast, yet you can't even protect it." The demon prodigy, insulted, exploded in rage. "What did you say?" Lin Mo, encouraged by the situation, taunted him further. "You're truly useless." Upon hearing that, the demon prodigy's face turned black with fury. He angrily shouted, "What did you say? Are you calling me useless?" The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, the host has earned 40 points of anger." Shaking with rage, the demon prodigy slowly stood up. "On what basis do you call me useless?" He yelled, "The records I've read are at least 100,000 times more than yours." Lin Mo calmly replied, "If you're not just a bookworm, then I challenge you to a riddle. If you can solve it, I'll consider you smart." The demon prodigy, feeling confident, burst out laughing. "Since I was 5, I've been making couplets. Just start whenever you're ready." Lin Mo rubbed his chin and said, "The first line, a stroll by West Lake, a poem on its shore, a melody in the air, all about the lake, then off we go. West Lake too had an old tin. It fell in. What a pity for that rusty thing." Grateful, he thought, "This is the pinnacle of old man Sushi's couplets. Let me borrow this for a moment." At this point, demon prodigy was stuck for words, his whole body trembling, hesitating, both angry and ashamed. He shouted directly into Lin Mo's face. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've read thousands, tens of thousands of books, yet I can't even come up with a single couplet. You go ahead and give me the answer." The system popped up. "Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 points of agitation." The notification continued. "Detection shows that demon prodigy's agitation points have reached 30%, with 69% remaining before the contract is automatically signed." Lin Mo secretly rejoiced. "It's working." With a touch of disdain, he replied, "To tell you, the second half of the couplet is, Dr. Chin suffers from nearsightedness. In the world of nearsightedness, there are doctors, and the Chin family is nearsighted. Looking for doctors, you meet shallow-minded. In the shallow-minded circle, all the doctors are truly short-sighted. What do you think? Is it good?" Demon prodigy immediately challenged him. "Then I'll give you a couplet, and let's see if you can match it." Lin Mo confidently accepted the challenge. Demon prodigy started. On the highest level, the top and bottom are not necessarily class oppression, and in a harmonious society, one above and one below does not mean class oppression. Together, we build a harmonious society. Lin Mo quickly responded, "In the future, progress and emergence are not barbaric invasions, but the creation of a new generation. It's not about savage intrusion, but about nurturing the new generation." The red-clad female ghost, full of admiration, wrapped her arm around Lin Mo. "Ugh, husband, you're so naughty." Demon prodigy, even more enraged, retorted, "The second part of this couplet is truly an offense to literature." The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have received 100 excitement points." Lin Mo arrogantly said, "You're not in charge of me, Just say whether it's a match or not. The system panel appeared, displaying that the excitement points of the demon prodigy had reached 70%, with 29% remaining before the contract would be automatically signed. Neither side was willing to yield, and they continued to challenge each other. Exploiting the squared solution effect, just for the root approximation online across the central point of the direct diameter. Continue the riddle of pearls, with the Rice Kingdom gathering the double atomic core of the sun's head shape. One side remained calm, while the other was boiling with anger. The demon prodigy refused to back down. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, shrimp eat the water flowing over the rocks. Lin Mo easily countered, the hawk catches the chick makes a sound, digging the earth causes the earth, the water makes the mountain collapse. Demon prodigy seized the opportunity to argue. Wrong, mine is about shrimp eating water, all three are about eating, while yours is all about catching. He was overjoyed, laughing with glee. Finally, you lost. Lin Mo's expression remained calm. Simple, I've thought of another one. Master overpowers master's wife overpowers the bed overpowers the ground. How does the ground shake the mountain? Demon prodigy was speechless, so furious that he almost spat blood. The system chimed again. Congratulations, host. You have received 200 excitement points. He trembled, stammering, You're a monster in human form. Meanwhile, the system calculated, showing that Demon Prodigy's excitement points had reached 99%, and the contract could now be forcibly signed. Lin Mo stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, forcibly saying, Thank you for signing the contract. Demon Prodigy shouted in anger, Who wants to become your contracted demon, huh? The system rang once more. Demon Prodigy Master, congratulations, you've won the lucky response activity. If you answer correctly, you will be fortunate enough to become Lin Mo's contracted demon. Do you wish to respond? He quickly rebutted, I give up, I choose to give up. It was unexpected that the system suddenly defaulted. Congratulations on answering the question correctly. What should a 2-meter-high cargo truck do when it wants to pass through a tunnel with a height of 1.9 meters? The correct answer is to release the gas in Chinese, give up, and release the homophonic gas. Demon Prodigy couldn't believe his eyes. What? The contract is being enforced here? They're signing the 10%, 20% contract. A streak of red, murderous intent flew straight toward Lin Mo. The system announcement rang out. Demon Prodigy has successfully signed the contract. A wave of killing intent appeared in his hand, marked with the seal of a demon, in the form of a black fan. The red-clad female ghost beside him continued to praise. Husband, you really subdued him so easily. You're amazing. Lin Mo was pleased. It's nothing. He turned to say, Demon Prodigy, are you convinced now? The other person didn't even glance at him, responding angrily, I admit you have some skills, but if you want me to work for you, you're still not qualified. Lin Mo opened the system to check the information. Demon Prodigy, beginner level evil spirit, 2,000 demon energy points, 1,000 years remaining, more training will level him up. Loyalty 8%, skills not yet activated. Looking at the screen, Lin Mo concluded, Demon Realm Shanglan has been attacked and destroyed, and if your subordinates haven't died, they've probably fled. If I manage to save your subordinates, what would you say? Demon Prodigy was agitated. Aren't you human? You're really going to save demons? He recalled, I managed to escape thanks to my subordinates who sacrificed themselves to help me. Then he remembered, my subordinates said at Demon Realm Shanglan, Boss, run quickly, we'll hold them off for you. Suddenly, both of them were strangled, their necks aching in pain, their faces contorted. Demon Prodigy quickly turned and fled, with a group of terrifying demons shouting from behind, Do you want to die? He thought deeply, a heavy feeling in his heart. My subordinates have all been captured by the security forces now. They want to offer them up to the noble heirs of the higher-ups who are under contract. Demon Prodigy extended his hand firmly, making an agreement. As long as you can rescue them, I, Demon Prodigy, will definitely follow you wholeheartedly. My loyalty increases by 7%, now 15%. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately slapped his hand in agreement with his statement. He confidently patted his chest and said, "It's settled then." Lin Mo tapped into the system to restore and enhance Demon Prodigy's strength. The system activated all three of Demon Prodigy's abilities at once. Immediately, a surge of power ran through his body. The system announced, "Successfully changed Demon Prodigy's first skill. Gained skill. Learning Level 1. Mobilize the chopping fan, which removes all negative effects on the user and puts them into a stealth state. Gained 30% movement speed. This skill also applies to your troops, who will have their negative effects removed but will not enter a stealth state. Consumes 30 spiritual aura, skill cooldown, 200 seconds. The system continued. Successfully changed Demon Prodigy's second skill. Gained skill, Backstab. Level 1 allows quick teleportation behind the enemy within 20 minutes, increasing backstab damage by 50%. Consumes 50 spiritual aura, skill cooldown, 200 seconds. Successfully upgraded the third skill of Demon Prodigy, unlocking the Demon Shadow Level 1 skill. It allows the user to create 2 demon shadows that strike towards the enemy alongside the main body. The damage of the demon shadows can trigger a backstab effect. Consumes 60 spiritual aura, with a cooldown time of 300 seconds. Lin Mo was excited. Such a powerful assassin, he thought to himself. He wasn't lying to me, demon. Prodigy really is incredibly strong. Afterward, he could surpass the Demon Pact and attack the Demon Master from behind. The female demon spoke. "Husband, have you finished the main task?" Lin Mo instinctively turned to look. "Huh?" The female demon grabbed Lin Mo's hand tightly, suddenly moving his arm towards her chest. "Did Lan Nen do this to you?" Lin Mo panicked. "Wait a minute, this is awkward." He pulled his hand back. No, there's something more important." Lin Mo replied seriously. "I've received news that the military of Province Nation is planning to strike at Desolate Tomb. They definitely won't be able to withstand it. What I mean is, we need to leave." The female demon wondered, "It's best to leave quickly before they surround us." Lin Mo responded, "Where should we retreat to now?" The Demon Prodigy behind him added, "Head towards the demonic abyss fiend for sale. It makes perfect sense for demons and humans to coexist there." The red-dressed female demon pouted. "Husband, will you come visit me, right?" Lin Mo smiled brightly, soothing her. "Don't worry, in the future, I'll definitely have something to ask for your help." The female demon beamed with joy. "Okay, just let me know whenever you need me." That night, the red-dressed female demon led the demons from Desolate Tomb to scatter and head towards the demonic abyss fiend for sale. Upon arriving, Lin Mo panted heavily, feeling the desolation around him, unsure when he would ever be able to return. Strange sounds echoed from the apartment building. Inside the dark corridor, an eerie atmosphere lingered. Lin Mo stepped cautiously, moving quietly toward the hallway. At midnight, a chilling, sorrowful cry came from the balcony, neither human nor ghost. Lin Mo turned and asked, "What is the blood-eye ghost in that room?" It paused to think before answering, "There is a forbidden seal to restrain the red-eyed ghost, completely obscuring its vision." Lin Mo furrowed his brow in thought. It seemed the only option was to investigate personally. He performed the soul-seeking technique, sending his soul to investigate. Lin Mo's soul reached the door and peered inside. He was shocked, his eyes widening in fear and astonishment. Inside the room was a young man, his face gaunt, covered in talismans. To his surprise, the one laughing quietly and doing this was Mu Yuanqing. The man on the ground pleaded softly, "Let me die, let me die." She excitedly responded, "I won't let you die. I'll grant you eternal life." Outside the door, Lin Mo watched intently, when suddenly Mu Yuanqing turned and screamed loudly. Unaware that he had been discovered, Lin Mo quickly gathered his soul back, returning it to his body. But fear still lingered on his face. He thought to himself, "That was too close. I hope I wasn't found out." Little did he know, hidden in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes from some entity watched closely. Mu Yuanqing advanced with a murderous aura. "Disciple, did you see it?" Lin Mo jolted and fell to the ground. "Sister," Mu Yuanqing coldly said, "then I will make you live forever." Lin Mo panicked. "Sister, don't!" Mu Yuanqing stuck out her long tongue and approached Lin Mo. Immediately, her tongue coiled tightly around Lin Mo's neck, causing him to scream in pain. Mu Yuanqing lifted Lin Mo off the floor, excited. "Another person with eternal life." Lin Mo quickly grabbed the door frame, his face drained of color as he slowly lost consciousness. The demon prodigy, seeing the danger, woke him up. "Wake up, Lin Mo. This is eternal life." Seeing Lin Mo unable to escape, he struck him on the forehead with his cane, delivering a painful blow. Lin Mo, dazed, regained his senses and screamed. Lin Mo leaned against the wall, panting as if he had died and come back to life. He was terrified. "Damn it! When did I get hit by eternal life?" The red-eyed demon asked, "Why aren't you reacting?" The blood-eyed demon sighed. "I'm just like you, connected to your vision. I don't know when we were struck by eternal life either." Beside them, the demon prodigy sighed again. "This eternal life even affects the demon contracts. If I hadn't used my first skill to dispel it, it would have been too powerful." Lin Mo awkwardly speculated, "Maybe everything I've seen is fake. All of it is just Sister's transformation warning me not to get close to her forbidden techniques." Lin Mo quickly ran away, thinking, "Sorry, Master, I can't save your disciple. My power isn't enough to handle this." On this side, Mu Yuanqing smirked wickedly as she looked at the trembling corpse in front of her, exclaiming, "How adorable!" Next to the corpse, which was soaking in tears, was a phone. The screen displayed the information. "The son of Ku Feng, the owner of the 13th floor of Azure Wind Pavilion, has gone missing. A reward of 5 million will be given for any reliable information about this person." Early in the morning at Baiyang Academy, someone spoke up. "Hey, have you read the hot news online?" Kai Ming shared the news with Lin Mo. He had heard that many influential people had mysteriously disappeared, and the Safety Bureau and military had even set up a team to handle these cases. Lin Mo immediately thought of the scene from last night with Mu Yuanqing. Could it be... Suddenly, a hand gently tapped Lin Mo's shoulder from behind, causing him to startle. Mu Yuanqing pretended to smile and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Mo froze for a moment, then turned around and stammered, "Sister, I think she called you several times and didn't get an answer. What were you all talking about?" Lin Mo avoided eye contact. "Nothing, just some fake news online." At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an incoming call from An Ran. Lin Mo quickly found an excuse to leave. "You two continue talking. An Ran's looking for me, so I'll head out first." On the other end of the line, An Ran informed him, "The information you asked me to investigate about the ghosts in Zhanglan has come through. Should we meet and discuss it?" Lin Mo replied eagerly, "Really? You've already got news so quickly? Hold on, I'll treat you to something." At the restaurant, Lin Mo rushed over but still arrived late. "Sorry, I'm late." At the restaurant, sitting with Wu Kun, An Ran continuously tapped her watch, showing annoyance towards Lin Mo. "You said the meeting was at 6:40. You're already an hour late." Wu Kun, seeing an opportunity, added fuel to the fire. "What the boss doesn't know is that there was a very famous lingerie model on the way here." An Ran was irritated. "So you're late because you were looking at a lingerie model?" At that moment, the system notification rang out. "Congratulations, the host has received 40 excitement points." Lin Mo, feeling flustered, spoke up. Well, actually, I wanted to open a lingerie store, so I was just researching the market." An Ran snorted in frustration, reached into her bag, and placed the demon pearls on the table, sighing. I can't believe I brought you so many demon pearls, and yet your mind is not focused on cultivation. Lin Mo was surprised. These demon pearls? Did you steal them from the Bureau of Safety? You're really something. Anran replied nonchalantly. Of course, my Black Fiend gang has expanded to 15 people now, and the intelligence you need is all gathered by them. She then got straight to the point. 1 week ago, the Bureau of Safety held an auction for Demon Realm Shanglan. Reflecting on the auction, she continued. At that event, the 13th floor of Azure Wind Pavilion bought 11 evil spirits of the ghost level, as well as betting ghosts and freezing ghosts. Anran whispered, I heard that if you join them, you can get a rare ghost contract. Lin Mo recognized the name as quite familiar. Azure Wind Pavilion sounded very familiar. Anran, who was beside him, explained, It is the second-ranked assassin organization in the 13th level of Province Nation, mainly responsible for assassinations. She handed Lin Mo a few photos and pointed to one person. This is Ku Lian, the head of the organization. After his son, Q Feng, went missing, he was also assassinated. Lin Mo immediately recognized the face, Ku Feng. He recalled the events of that night, the things that his sister had done. They absolutely must not be discovered. Anran smirked. Now Azure Wind Pavilion is like a headless snake, with only 2 factions left fighting for power. She handed over 2 more pictures, one showing Lu Juelun, the second boss, the other showing Cheng Tiande, the third boss. Anran said, To summarize briefly, these demons haven't been contracted yet. Lu Juelun is even using his personal name to buy smoke demons, preparing to give them as a birthday gift to his son, Lu Cheng. She then pushed 2 more photos forward, but covered them. Also, we managed to capture these. Lin Mo looked at the 2 pictures, comparing them while listening to Anran's account. Cheng Tiandi and Lu Juelun's wife were having an affair, which left him in disbelief. What is going on here? Is it really like this? Anran continued to mock. These children are probably Cheng Tiandi's. Look, they resemble each other. Lin Mo slammed the pictures down on the table and speculated. Lu Juelun must not know the truth yet, or else he wouldn't have spent so much money on buying smoke demons. He was amused. The head of the family must have sent these photos to Lu Juelun anonymously. Once he finds out the truth, there's no way he'll give those smoke demons to his son anymore. Then we use the high price to buy back, easily reclaiming the demon weapon. Both people in front of us nodded in agreement and praised it. Brilliant, truly brilliant, said and done. Wu Kun immediately complied. Now I will give Lu Juelun a big gift, Lin Mo said. That evening, Lin Mo and Anran observed the Dehuang Hotel from the rooftop of a building across the street. Receiving a call from Wu Kun, she informed him. Wu Kun said Lu Juelun rushed to catch the adulterer as soon as he received the message. Looking at Lin Mo, Anran added, I thought he would go to the wrong place. Even the hotel room number was sent to him. Lin Mo beside her grinned with a wicked laugh. Just wait for the show. Looking down at the street, Lu Juelun had reached the hotel entrance, exclaiming, I've arrived. Nightfall enveloped the building. Juelun stood frozen at the main gate, observing. He quickly regained his balance, leapt onto the high wall, then bounced up to the 2nd floor and then the 5th. Stopping at the edge of a window ledge, he peered inside to see a couple tangled in an intimate embrace. He stared intently, his gaze filled with murderous intent, suddenly noticing something. Juelun furrowed his brow, his face darkened with anger. It was known that he was the 2nd leader of the 13th floor Azure Wind Pavilion, a B-class demon master. Lin Mo and Anran watched from afar. Why isn't he reacting? Anran asked, puzzled. His wife is with another man. Shouldn't he be tearing Cheng Tiande apart right now? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. He must be planning something. Anran was surprised. He's been watching for about 3 minutes now. Could it be that Juelun has some weird fetish? With a sudden movement, he leapt down to the ground and walked away silently. He stepped aside and took out the mask. By now, Lin Mo hadn't finished speaking. Was he really going to leave just like that? Was he still a man? Only after seeing Juelun's movements did he realize the purpose of his earlier words and the need to confirm them. It wasn't right. He was hiding his identity behind the mask with two dark eye sockets. Juelun had put on the assassination disguise mask. Moran spoke up. "Are you planning to kill that pair of adulterers? I didn't expect Juelun to have this obsessive-compulsive disorder, needing to wear a mask before he can kill someone." His figure blurred into the night, darting off quickly. Moran was just as restless. If he didn't kill those two, who else would he kill? Lin Mo, the Zhao family, and the ghost shadow with her determined words. "Let's go, follow and see what happens." The ghost shadow carried the two on her back, silently watching Juelun's every move. He never took his eyes off the target, observing the situation and said, "As expected of an assassination expert, his movements are incredibly swift." And so, a ghostly figure and two humans continued to follow the assassin. He landed gracefully on the second floor in one leap, without any difficulty. They stopped, continuing to comment. "Could it be that Tian Day's wife is here? Is he planning to swap one for another? I'll have Wu Kun investigate who owns this mansion." Lin Mo frowned and took out his backup phone. "Whoever it is, I'll record a video for now. It might come in handy for blackmail later." Juelun raised his phone, aiming to take a shot. At every moment, he threatened a man in a suit with his gun. One shot, no mercy, we aimed straight for the victim's throat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Moran was gathering information on his end, sending updates, investigating. It turned out this was the villa of Jiang Ping, another deputy director of the Safety Bureau. The statement made him think deeply. What does his betrayal have to do with the Safety Bureau? Anran eagerly explained, "The relationship between Azure Wind Pavilion and the government has always been strong. Juelun's assassination of Jiang Ping likely wasn't mission-related. It was something he personally wanted to do." The assassin, feeling accomplished, left the scene. Lin Mo whispered, "Looks like he's not planning to stop tonight. Let's follow and see what he's up to." The unfortunate victims fell one by one under Juelun's hands. The Safety Bureau's senior official on the 14th floor, the demon-taming squad leader, Shui Feng, a university lecturer. Once his goal was achieved, Juelun calmly tossed his assassin's mask into the trash bin by the road. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled into Lu Juelun's villa as if nothing had happened. Anran, unable to let go of the puzzle, spoke up. "In one night, he killed 7 people, yet he didn't touch Tian De or his wife. I don't get it. Even if he was killing in a fit of rage, there was no need to take out so many high-ranking officials. It didn't benefit him at all." He quickly contradicted his own statement. "Never mind, his murders have nothing to do with us. Let's just find him and buy back the smoke demon." The night was quiet at the Lu Juelun mansion. Anran did not hesitate, directly pressing the doorbell. The sweet voice and alluring figure of Zimi, Juelun's wife, echoed. "Who are you looking for?" she asked. Both of them forced a friendly smile. Lin Mo spoke up. "Hello, we're here to see Mr. Lu." Upon hearing this, Juelun's wife, without hesitation, politely replied, "Please come in." Such affection, it's no wonder she couldn't bear loneliness. He then turned and quietly exchanged a few words. His wife's breath was steady and her expression calm, unlike someone who had just argued. Could it be that Juelun was still pretending not to know? As he leisurely descended the stairs, Zimi announced, "Husband, there are people here to see you." The couple was extremely close. She kissed her husband's cheek comfortingly. "You must be tired after your mission. After talking, make sure to rest early." "Yes, I know." Zimi retreated inside, innocently humming and happily walking, completely unaware of her husband's current expression. Disgusted by the earlier performance, Juelun wiped the fake kiss off his cheek with his hand. Lin Mo, blushing, let out a round of applause, which made Juelun feel slightly uneasy. Without hesitation, he complimented, "Mr. Lu, you really are something. Even after your wife cheats on you, you can act like nothing happened." His facial muscles tightened. Enraged, he shouted, "Who are you? What do you know?" Lin Mo wasn't shy about explaining. Your family matters are none of our business. We're here to buy smoke ghosts from you. Lin Mo set the condition, of course. The price was not the issue. I'm terribly sorry. The smoke demon is the 18th birthday gift I intended to give my son. It's not something you can just buy with money. He kept pressing him with questions, making Juelun's face turn pale and his mood darken. Your son? Are you sure he's your son? He frowned, his fist clenched in a threatening manner. What do you mean? Congratulations, the host has earned 100 points for agitation. Lin Mo waved his hands to explain. Your wife cheated, so your son isn't mine to mock. I just wanted to let you know so you could stop at the right time. If your son isn't your biological child, then the smoke demon won't be of any use to him. It's better to sell it back to us. His face grew darker, and he emphasized each word. Even if I don't give the smoke demon to him, I won't sell it to you. Suppressing his anger, which had been building up, he raised his voice to usher them out. Get out of my house now! Congratulations, the host has earned 50 points for agitation. Without hesitation, Juelun threw a punch at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, quick on his feet, dodged the attack. Lin Mo grabbed his arm, trying to calm him down. Don't get so angry, you've already killed 7 big fish. Aren't you feeling better yet? How do you know? He taunted. Trying to threaten me is pointless. I killed those 7 people, and I've already fabricated the crime scene. Once the Safety Bureau investigates, Tian Day is finished. Mo Ran spoke up and asked, Did you kill them just to frame Tian Day? Why not just kill him directly? You don't need to worry about it. I'm just telling you one thing. Threatening me is useless. Now get out, immediately. Having already grasped the situation, Lin Mo smirked. Talking big won't do you any good. He pulled out his phone and showed the evidence, which left Juelun in disbelief. So what about this? It was an image of him holding a gun, threatening the upper floors, replaying the scene in vivid detail. Juelun stepped forward and grabbed Lin Mo's shoulder tightly. He changes his face faster than flipping a pancake. If you already have the video, then forget the money. I'll give you the smoke demon for free. Wouldn't it have been better if Mr. Liu had been like this from the beginning? Suddenly tense, his expression hardened as he demanded, Aside from the smoke demon, I also want you to hand over the black and red demon, the frozen death demon, and the 11 other demons that Azure Wind Pavilion has bought. The man's expression shifted seriously. Are you trying to blackmail me? Even if I hand them over to the Safety Bureau, it won't prove I'm the culprit. At most, it'll help Tian Day escape punishment, ruining my plans, but that's still not enough for me to risk delivering these demons to you. Lin Mo found himself in an unfavorable position, pausing to think. Helping Tian Day escape punishment and ruining Juelun's plan was the only effect of the video right now, but it wasn't really enough. Quick-witted, he changed the terms in an instant. All right, let's do this. We'll delete the video, and you give us the smoke demon. Following Lin Mo's suggestion, the man agreed. Fine, but if you really want the demons that Azure Wind Pavilion has bought, you'll need to do me a favor. The sudden shift in the situation caught both him and An Ran off guard, and they asked in unison, What favor? Juelun furrowed his brow and demanded, Help me find the demon ward spell that controls the 13th floor of Kulien at the gathering hall of the Demon Corpse Keeper. Lin Mo spoke up to reassure him. You can keep the smoke demon here to heal, and if the demon pearl is insufficient, just come find me. I sincerely thank you, Lin Mo. Demon Prodigy clasped his hands in gratitude. Lin Bro, thank you so much. A notification appeared. Demon Prodigy's loyalty has reached 50%. On the surface, he was polite, but in his heart, he had his own plans. It's fine. It's fine. In a few days, once I find the Demon Ward spell from Azure Wind Pavilion, the other demons will be able to return as well. As long as I subdue Demon Prodigy, these demons will follow my command. No loss at all. Anran quietly asked for more information from behind. I didn't expect you to agree with Juelun, but do you know where to find that Demon Ward spell? Rubbing his chin, he revealed a clue. Kulian's son is in Baiyang. He might have a lead on him. Such a coincidence? In that case, It won't take much effort anymore. Lin Mo gathered his energy to recall Demon Prodigy, his tone slightly urging. Let's go to Baiyang right now, Demon Prodigy. Come back. He shuddered, thinking of the terrifying scene, knowing he would have to sneak into Yuan Qing's room filled with coffins. Just the thought was enough to make him scared. In the dark corridor, the wind blew through the curtains, rustling, leading to the room at the end of the gloomy hall. And Ran trembled, holding onto Lin Mo tightly. Why does this place feel even creepier than the gathering hall? With one eye glowing red from the spell, he urged even more. While sister is at school and not in this cursed place, we need to hurry. With a swift slash, the old lock was cut in two. Quickly, they opened the door and entered the room, which was bathed in eerie green light. The horrifying scene of lifeless, motionless corpses of zombies sprawled out in the glass cabinet. They moved closer and identified the zombie inside. It was Ku Feng. Veins were visibly protruding from the thin, emaciated body. They looked and discussed. No breathing, but the pulse is still clearly beating. Lin Mo reached out to open the bag, but was stopped by a voice. Wait! And Ran, ever cautious, offered a piece of advice. What if when you open the coffin, he explodes? It's better to prepare just in case. Lin Mo found the suggestion reasonable, so he summoned the cloth-bound ghost as a precaution. If this half-dead person explodes, I can immediately use the cloth to restrain him. You were thoughtful. He pulled Ku Feng out of the glass cabinet with force. As soon as the head emerged, Ku Feng immediately switched into zombie mode, veins all over his face, glaring with wild, vicious eyes. The situation took them by surprise. The zombie growled softly like an aggressive dog. Lin Mo shouted, "Oh my God!" and quickly stepped back. The zombie suddenly sat up, green mucus spilling from its mouth, and veins spread across its body. And Ran sensed the dire situation. It seemed like he was about to vomit something. Cloth-bound ghost now! Ku Feng tore at his own throat, his mouth swelling, and he groaned a few times. The cloth wrapped around his body, restraining him. She urgently urged Lin Mo, check it quickly before he vomits anything. If there's nothing, cover him back up. He shouted, announcing, I found it! She held a shard of broken jade in her hand and asked again, why is the talisman only half of it? After securing the zombie into the coffin, he ordered, the ice spirit must seal the coffin. A line of characters activated and ran along the sealed zombie's body, rendering it immobile immediately. And Ran couldn't help but be shocked as red letters appeared around the glass cabinet. What kind of spell and cryptic writing was this on the coffin? It must be some forbidden magic of sisters. The atmosphere was disrupted by a sound from the cabinet, causing them to jump and shift their attention. From inside, a zombie suddenly sprang up, making them freeze in terror. She hid behind Lin Mo, eyes wide, sweating, stammering without a sound. This is Yuan Qing from inside the eerie coffin. A threatening voice followed. Little disciple, good morning. She stepped gently out from the old coffin. The veins of red and blue gradually faded, and Yuan Qing softly continued. Next time you take something, at least tell sister first. Now completely back to her human form, she smiled brightly and added, no need to ruin my lock. Lin Mo felt guilty, silently thinking, she must have seen everything I just did. With this attitude, I don't think she'll kill us. He scratched his head, pretending to ask, Sister, why did you sleep in the coffin? I was adjusting the spell earlier and wanted to lie inside and feel it for myself. Her unexpected answer sent chills down their spines. Is that something a person can do? Lin Mo handed her the shard, explaining, Sister, you got the talisman, and we still have a few things to take care of. So could we leave first? She clung to his arm, pleading, Please, Anran can hardly manage to come here. Why not have a meal together? She quickly declined with a clever excuse. Sister, Lin Mo and I are in a hurry to exchange our tokens for goods. We can't have a meal this time. We'll definitely do it next time. Yuan Qing easily agreed to let it go. All right then, I'll invite you next time. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately grabbed Anran's hand and pulled her away without hesitation. They quickly fled, only leaving a casual goodbye behind. The two of them stopped on a quiet stretch of road, panting for breath. "What kind of forbidden technique is your sister practicing? Why does she look so scary?" "I have no idea. I'm just worried that if she gets upset, she'll throw us into a freezing coffin and use us as test subjects." Sweat dripping down, Ayn Rand gasped, asking about their plan. "So, what now? Should we go find Juelun?" Lin Mo reached up and tucked away a few strands of Ayn Rand's damp hair, causing her to blush in surprise. He smiled, ruffled her head, and said comforting words that made her feel slightly uneasy. "We've been busy all evening. Aren't you hungry? Let's eat first." Suddenly, a few muttered words of envy were heard. "Damn it! Those with girlfriends go to hell!" Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 Break the Room points. With such a small, unintentional action, he managed to score points. He chuckled quietly, cleverly collecting a bunch of Break the Room points. A bit too much of a show-off, he carelessly wrapped his arm around Ayn Rand's waist, pulling her closer. Eye to eye, he looked at her intently, making Ayn Rand flustered and shy as she nervously called out, "Ayn Rand!" She glanced around, her words a bit awkward. "Why are you being so sudden?" Lin Mo smirked, pointing mockingly at the group of guys without girlfriends behind him, making them seethe with anger, silently cursing him. He puffed out his chest, laughing loudly as he declared, "I have a girlfriend, you guys don't! If you can't take it, come fight me!" The sound of curses was followed by system notifications. "Fuck! Congratulations to the host for receiving 40 Break the Room points." Even worse than a dog, congratulations to the host for receiving 50 Break the Room points. Congratulations to the host for receiving 55 Break the Room points. How can someone like him even have a girlfriend? And Ran was furious. With one decisive punch to his chest, he spat blood, letting out a scream. Lin Mo clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground, hearing her scold him, "Idiot Lin Mo! Stupid straight guy!" At the nearly empty cafeteria, they huddled together, observing, then reported the situation through messages. On the main page, texting Juelun. "Could this half-piece get us the demon number you guys bought?" "No, you need both pieces for it to work. Hurry up and find the other half." "Do you know where the other half is?" "No idea." Lin Mo sighed in frustration and tossed the piece of paper aside. "I give up. If even the people from Azure Wind Pavilion don't know, how am I supposed to know where my other half is?" He shook his head at Ayn Rand's innocent expression, with no clues to go on. "By the way, what do you think Juelun's plan really is?" He looked at him sharply, his eyes firm with certainty. "Isn't it just about power struggle?" He popped the steamed bun into his mouth and continued to ramble on. "Ku Lien is dead, so the next big player will either be Juelun or Tiande. If they kill Tiande, they'll be suspected, but if they frame him, they can easily eliminate the opponent and rise to power successfully." The sound of a phone vibrating interrupted Ayn Rand's train of thought. "Ah, I see." Lin Mo answered the call, holding the phone to his ear. "Hello, who is this?" A sweet, alluring voice came from the other end of the line, calling him by name. She gazed into the mirror with a wicked smile, finishing the last touch of her lipstick before speaking. "The demon ward spell you have, I want it."